Okay. Oh, that's a Lin.
A what?
I see a Lin in the bottom. Dungarees. It's your reactive.
Oh.
Yeah. Yes. Hi everybody. How you doing? Welcome back. Last we left off, a bit of chaos happened. There were a couple of explosions, some minor frazzlement, a bit of murder, and some light toll, like a toll booth inspection, which I'm sure is probably the most horrifying part of all of that to most people.
Stop blowing holes in my ship!
Oh, boo.
Poor man, just got his ship for
All
like
unfolding in the
days.
span of just a few seconds, too.
Yep, poor man got his ship for a couple of days and there's already 2 holes in it.
Poor Bodie McBoatface.
Ah. Don't tread no more. Alright, so that's more or less the recap.
It's now the water treader.
It's the Dawn Paddler. But yes, so what it has left you with is a fine, a warning, a hole in the side of your steam engine, specifically in the housing and in some of the finer workings. 1 second. And about half, if not more, of your fuel destroyed and burned in the aftermath of the explosion. This is a bit of an issue, because even after the Mordani tollmasters vacate your ship, leaving you a citation, several citations actually, and a red ticket carrying a very boldly penned, intricately written warning with the kind of Gregorian giant lettering that you would see old medieval text begun with, which he insisted on doing, which took at least 3 to 4 minutes for the first letter alone. Even after they vacated your ship, this still means that Kit needed to get down to the boiler room, repair the boiler, and then it gets started up again. You have enough fuel now for the same kind of like sporadic speed ups you were doing before. Before you had enough for, what was it, roughly day and a half, I think I said?
Yeah.
Now you got about enough
Like
for
that.
about 3/4 to half a day. On top of that, while you're sitting here, sails down, hoping to catch the wind and make it out of this strait out into open waters, Mallory, who previously helped navigate the intricacies of dealing with vampiric tollmasters, now once more up in the crow's nest, is able to see, thanks to his magic eyes, those ships are getting closer.
How?
I'm
just wondering how.
Well,
I'm sorry.
because they never
I
had to
didn't mean to
stop.
cut you off.
Because they never had to
Yeah,
stop.
I guess it's fair.
And because you guys had to stop for the toll, and now your engine got blown up.
Yeah, we're sitting ducks.
You're having
No, I know that. I'm
yeah.
just saying. I'm wondering how they got, because I mean, with our sails down, we should be moving at the same speed, other than the
Well,
stop.
the thing
obviously.
is, like, you stopped.
I'm just wondering
Then you
how
had to
close they're
you had to lift anchor. You lowered your sails, and now your ship has to once more build momentum. Key difference between yours, and while overall doesn't make a massive difference, at least for the sake of building up momentum to begin with, your ship is heavier because it's got more metal content and it has a big old engine and paddle in the back.
Yeah, it does track. That makes sense. I was just making sure
Yeah.
they weren't using magic or some shit.
I mean, they could be. You can't tell
They
from this
probably
distance. I mean, they come from a fairly magically and divinely gifted nation. They could be using things like wind to push their
Gust.
yeah, they could be using stuff like that to push their ship forward. It's very much a doable thing, not an uncommon thing to do in this world. It is if you can hire a mage capable of doing that, you can drive your ship forward in periods of dead or counterintuitive wind. But those ships, they're cutting through the waves at a pretty decent clip. They're not like on your ass just yet, but they're now starting to come more into naturally visible range as you guys have been here for a good something like 20 minutes, because it takes about 10 minutes for a single cast of Make Home. So until that cast is finished, you guys are relying on sails and rowing power.
In terms of the speed, because, depending on weather conditions and the current situation of a ship and how much damage it's taken or the ability of the person that's helming it, would you say that we are moving, like, what's our speed right now? Are we, like, slow? Are we at max speed? Are we
Right
somewhere in the
now?
middle?
You guys
Yeah.
are pretty slow, especially compared to the way you were cutting through the waves previously. You are currently the wind isn't completely at your back. You're catching it at an odd angle. Your sails, while large, are not as plentiful, and your ship is taking a lot more energy to try and get moving again. So right now, you're slow and you're very slowly building momentum. Sailors are down in the galley, or down the lower decks. They got the oars out. They're poking out the holes in the side. They're trying to use manpower to get the ship shifting forward as a start until the engine can come back online. But right now, you guys are moving at a snail's pace compared to both the people chasing you and the way you were moving beforehand. You were coming off of a dead start with no motor to get you going.
So here's what I'm gonna do. Let me pull it up so I can send it. Okay, yeah, just because I don't have the stat block for this on my Roll20. Siren is feeling a bit anxious about how slowly we're moving. She is going to use Polymorph into her Awazcoatl form, most simplified first form, which is like a kind of like sea ocean type coatl.
Mm-hmm. Looks a bit like
And
a
she,
a sea snake, yeah.
yeah, like a snake. And then she's going to use Gifts of the Sea, which once per day is a full round action, and Awazcoatl can bestow a creature within 120 feet. In this case, I'm going to use it on Flick.
Mhm.
With either its blessing or its curse. I'm using the blessing, obviously. A blessed creature knows the location of either a blessed creature knows the location to either its final destination or the nearest port city, whichever is closer, as find the path. In addition, the blessed creature always has favorable winds, which grant the benefits of endure elements, and allow any ship the creature travels on to move at its fastest speed.
Ooh. Oh,
Mhm.
that makes a big difference.
Oh.
Okay.
Thank you, Siren.
Okay.
Yeah, but now she's a
Yeah,
snake
yes.
for a little bit.
So Flick for his part, he's probably going like up and down the levels, trying to understand what the hell's going on, but also
Mhm.
informing the crew that with the engine down, they're gonna have to go under rowing power or use wind power. But he also stresses that they'll have to prepare for a fight, if at all possible.
There
It's
is
probably prior to
there's a lot of groaning. People are not looking for the potential of tiring themselves out rowing a heavy ship like this, followed by potential boarding and combat. There are, despite the fact that many of these men and women are hardened sailors, they are very aware of the fact that their arms are going to be noodles by the time that engine gets started again, and then they're going to have to get into melee on deck potentially. They are not happy.
But then in comes Siren's blessing in her Quaddle form.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
Flick immediately
she-
comes back down and says, "No, never mind. Just get ready to
Disregard.
fight, just in case."
Belay that order.
Yeah, she
Belay that order.
she like mutters something under her breath in Draconic, or actually in this case it would be Celestial, not Draconic, in Celestial, and then she begins to glow, and in the glow she grows in size and changes form, and then when the glow dissipates she is a sea snake, and then
Sea snake
turns to
wings.
Flick. The snake bows its head basically, and releases a kind of like a chirp that echoes, and he is blessed.
Okay. Like, as you come up above deck, just as you've passed the orders for everybody to start rowing this fucking titan of a ship. Not titan so much as just titanium. You come up to deck. Siren is transforming into, for the second time, this time into a smaller flying snake. Lets out this little chirping cry, glows, and then all of a sudden, you feel a breeze wash over you. Previously, there's this chill mist. As this is early in the morning, there's this what do you call it? There's this kind of ill foreboding wind. The tide is not working in favor of you. The wind is not working in favor of you. This ship is taking forever to get moving, and the only chance you guys have potentially of evading full-on boarding action is potentially by strength of arm, and even then that's not a guarantee, since those ships are a little bit smaller than yours, and they don't have to worry of having to deal with coming out of a dead stop. Then this fills you, this breeze washes over you, and all of a sudden you get the impression of having the wind at your back. You feel lighter, and then you look up, you see the sails go from kind of halfway dragging, drooping, to an immediate sound of as the wind comes from the back of the ship and catches the sails fully. The ship lurches as it begins picking up speed at a much more rapid course, and you are struck with a single thought: I need to get to the wheel.
Yeah, as he does that, he just looks at Siren now in her Quaddle form, eyes alight and a smile like rapidly growing across his face as he with clenched fists excited goes, "Siren, you magnificent woman, I knew you could do it."
The snake chirps delightedly.
And he also immediately shouts down the stairs, "Belay that order! No need to row."
There's a rapid and very delighted pass along of belay that order, belay that order, belay that order.
As he immediately sprints his way up to the wheel.
And once more, you occupy the helm, wind at your back, sails full, and the ship finally starts to get moving out of the strait. It's not perfect. It's taking a bit. They're still cranking the anchor back up into sailing position. But the ship starts to move again. And if you can move at full pelt, even without the engine, you can at least stay ahead of these guys. It's still going to take some time because momentum is still a thing and inertia is still a thing. But your sails are bigger than theirs, which means hopefully, especially once that engine gets back online, you're going to be able to get your lead back. Hopefully, that sabotage won't have crippled your ability to stay ahead of these guys. That said, you're also keenly aware of the fact that about 80 kilometers northwest is the Port to Mordon.
So probably going off of that, Flick can probably surmise how far it is to, was it Bellinfini? What does it say? Bellinfini? Bellantini? Bellinfini, okay.
You know that it is, based off of that mental calculation as the crow flies, you've got a little more than 500 kilometers by sea. As the crow flies.
Right. Well, Flick, now with this newfound surge of confidence, it says, all right, winds. Got our way, hit it.
And so it shall. How long does that blessing last?
I think she's dead.
She probably had to step away.
Probably. Let me try.
You remember the name of the effect? You remember the name?
It's an Alwaz Coatl, which means gift of the sea. Creature affected by this ability remains effective for 12 hours. Lovely.
Oh, nice.
It'll stick with you for half the day. Come sunrise, you'll be able to put it on you again. That said, you're gonna have to take shifts because nobody can stay at a helm for 12 hours straight.
Yes.
Besides, like the really hardened ones, and when you're in a pinch. Which, to be fair, this is not exactly leisurely sailing, but it's an excellent time to get other people familiar with taking the wheel. That said,
Yeah.
you guys finally get moving again. Malarep in the crow's nest is able to see that the ships behind you are no longer gaining on you quite so heavily. And after 10 minutes of the ship, which has now finally gotten full momentum, there's a call up the communication pipe flick from one of the sailors going, "Captain!"
The
ship's still gonna take a little bit. The engine's still gonna take a little bit longer to fix the little fox thing down here. She's got this weird.
Yeah.
I swear it looks like a pistol of some sort. She's sparking all over the engine, and somehow the hole's just getting filled. I don't know how she's doing it. Gods above, it's a godsend. She says it's gonna.
It's twice we've got so far.
Yeah, it's not gonna take much longer. Hopefully, top of the hour, we'll probably have the engine back up and running. We can get ahead of these bastards.
Sounds good.
And with that, you hear the distinctive clink of the cap on the other end closing. And so, yeah, the ship is starting to get its legs back. As promised, at around when the next hour would tick over, the engine kicks back on. You have something you've been toying around with and getting familiar with as of getting this new ship is you have the helm. You also have a command crank. I forgot the exact name for it. Are you familiar with that thing on a steamer ship where you can send indications down to the engine room where it's like full ahead, half ahead, we call it stop, that kind of thing?
Vaguely, I'm not sure, but I get what you're trying to say.
Let me check.
I think, anyway. It's not the same as like, I don't know, like a.
And it's called EOT, an engine order telegraph.
Okay.
Let me just, full, half full, slow. Let me just throw it into tavern menu. This thingamajig.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think I may have. I don't know if I remember this correctly, but I think the Titanic had one of those.
Yes.
Yeah.
Back in the day, most ships that had a steam engine, or all the ships that had a steam engine, had that kind of EOT. Specifically, that was how the helmsman sent orders to the engine room to change how much, say, power was being put into the engine, how much fuel was being thrown in at any time, because there was no way of doing that from the helm room. You had to rely on the engine crew reading your messages, reading your orders, and then throwing in more coal, or like lessening the amount of coal they throw in, or stopping altogether.
Right.
So yeah, so you crank that. You make use of the EOT to instruct the engine room in once more doing the on off, like we call it full
Yeah.
ahead, slow, full ahead, slow, to once more.
Or potentially even half.
Yeah, half.
Yeah.
So yeah, slow half to try and conserve fuel while also trying to get as much of a jump ahead of these guys as possible.
The ship is basically doing like arm strokes if it had
Yeah.
arms.
Yes, breaststroke.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we're breaststroking the ship.
some, gonna withhold my
It
comment on
sounds
that.
really wrong, but
does,
it's kind,
it really-
but that's kind of what it is.
Yeah. I mean, some sailors really do like to anthropomorphize their ships. So, so while that's happening in the ship,
Who upstroking they Dawn Treader?
oh no, dirty sailor man. So ship is once more gained momentum and is back en route. You're a little bit delayed. Your arrival will perhaps be a bit waylaid. However, your chances of avoiding all-out combat seem to be considerably better.
Hmm.
If you're lucky, you won't have to deal with it at all. Problem: you do get notification from your crew that as Lodelia Isle starts to come within sight, that you're running out of fuel. Now, this isn't the end of the world. You still have the wind in your sails. However, that's not going to be forever. And also, when that fuel runs out, so does your major advantage. Your sails are bigger, but your ship is heavier. And
Right.
even with the wind to your advantage, the tide is not. So you have a decision to make. And this is something that one of the Inquisitors is actually going to bring up. He'll approach you and he's like, Capitan, if it is your decision whether or not you do this, but I have a small recommendation. Lodelia is owned by Lubinia, the nation we were going to stop in, where Belafini is. If we are able to make landfall, there is a chance that the Edardines will not attempt anything. This is not a guarantee, but if we want to stop, if we want any chance of getting some more fuel to make the last leg to Belafini, that may be the best place to stop. That's up to you whether or not you take that chance. If you're able to stop in Lodelia, it's going to take a little bit to get the coal, purchase it, get it loaded on, and then get going again. However, it will make your jaunt to Belafini far quicker, because you'll be able to just go full burn all the way the rest there, worry about restocking later. If you make the straight shot to Belafini, hoping that your sail will carry you the rest of the way, you can do the very same, with the potential chance that something goes wrong and the Eridine people catch up to you. As captain of the ship, it is your call to make.
That's a fair point. I know you mentioned time being of the essence, but at the same time, fuel is a big priority. That's something that's going to get us to pull faster than anything else. I mean, granted we got the wind, but you still need a full belly of coal if you want to get there even faster. I feel like stopping at the Isle might be the best call.
Very good. I shall send us.
Who knows? Maybe their presence there will probably keep the Aerodon folks at bay.
We will see about sending a message to Lodelia to make sure that the fuel is ready once we dock. If this can work, we can get in, have it immediately loaded on, and the papacy will use our the Inquisition will use our discretionary fund to pay for the coal. No need to worry about haggling and all of that. Time being of the essence. Yes.
Yes.
The Inquisitor in question turns to one of the dour-looking priestly ones, who's in full robes, hood pulled over his head, You notice there's something of what looks to be a half mask made of metal, obscuring the lower half of the face, while the top half is not visible behind the hood. The Inquisitor breaks away from you to speak to one of them, to speak to this individual, speaking in that language that he spoke to Kanabos in, followed by the individual nodding and then retreating below deck. So.
Yeah, Flick just mutters to himself, very, very quiet. Yeah, very, very quietly, more to himself. He says, "I hope grabbing this call's worth it."
We shall see. Okay. So, course is chartered for Lodelia Isle. While this is happening, Flick is preoccupied with that. Mallory, are you staying in the crow's nest?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to be on the lookout. It's going to be very cold up there. Then again, you do have cold resistance, so it's up to you how often you take breaks. And how often you come
I don't need
down.
to eat or sleep.
Okay, so
I'm not taking any break.
Mallory's going to be a statue up on the crow's nest. Interesting. Okay, noted. Kanabos.
Yeah.
Aboard the ship, now once more moving, and apparently headed for Lodelia Isle, which you would know to be one of the last stops most trading ships make before they hit the Gadsrich Isle. You know from your experience that it is a hotly contested island that Koligo would love to get a hold of, that being the more militaristic nation of the Papal nations, but is, at least for the time being, under the ownership of Lubinia, a much more sort of internationally friendly, outward-facing nation that has a flourishing trade, export and import. This is something you could potentially pass to the rest of the crew if you wanted to share. It's not necessarily extremely vital, unless you might think it is, but it is. It is a topic of some gossip and scuttlebutt within like noble rings, because it is a island of great interest, and it is also something of a somewhat gray legal extension of the papacy. A lot of things that couldn't happen on mainland soil happen there.
Oh yes, Vegas.
Maybe not so. Not quite so, but you've never really stopped there very much. You made a quick port of call there on your way to Mordan, and you do on occasion whenever you travel back and forth from Gorgolane. It's not quite gay. It's just not quite genuinely Vegas. But it's the laws that are much more stringently practiced on the mainland aren't quite as ironclad there, which means some forms of trade can happen there without the same kind of scrutiny.
The Triad has no eyes, and the Isles gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly some people within the papacy that consider it perhaps forsaken for reasons like that.
Yeah.
But yes. What would Kanabos be doing while the ship steams ahead towards Lodelia?
What time is it? Like in the day?
I would say, as it is now, after the ship has gotten moving again, after the engine was repaired, it's now somewhere around afternoon.
All right. Not much. I guess just like idly chattering with the crew and like fellow papacy like people.
Okay, interesting. being inquisitors as they are, they're not typically very chatty, at least not with people that aren't in their clique. You're gonna have a hard time trying to get them to like talk to you and open up about anything besides just the most basic of things. And they are, by their very nature, very laconic and not very talkative.
Fair. I'll also like talk to the crew.
Okay.
If possible.
Yeah.
But
If you-
yeah,
if-
like
If you want to try and engage the Inquisitors, I would ask how you would go about that.
well, one would probably be in Lingua Dea
Probably.
or Celestial, because if I remember correctly, we were talking in the past that my family may have had a connection with the Inquisitors, or like at a small convention, as in like the person who might have taught me combat was part of the.
Was
Was
perhaps
part
at
of
one
them.
point an Inquisitor or an ex-member of the Inquisition, perhaps.
Yeah.
This does not necessarily mean you have like connections within the Inquisition, but it might make you a bit
Oh,
more
yeah.
familiar with their inner functions than most people.
Yeah, that's what I was more or less trying to say. Yeah.
From your limited personal connection to your mentor, as he was not a very open and vulnerable man, he at the very much from the very least what you collected from his mannerisms and the way he would talk to you and the way he would interact with you is the internal culture and the kind of attitude that it seemingly is beaten into most Inquisitors is one of duty, necessity, and in many ways martyrdom. Not necessarily to the point of ruining yourself at the first given opportunity for the sake of a quote greater good. Instead, there is from what he attempted to impress upon you, a importance in being willing to hurt and to bleed and to suffer pain for the sake of what needs doing. And in this case, that might the way he would have potentially gotten it across to you was for the sake of protecting your own family. Scars and blood and pain are worth it as prices in the short run if it means keeping the things that are important to you in the long run. For him, kind of reading between the lines, it would have been things like the security of the papacy, the security of the worshippers of the faith, excising corruption, things that you came to learn were important and were taught as de facto in in the Inquisition. You were not given great insight into the inner philosophies of it. Him imparting that out to you, even as a child, he was teaching, would have probably gotten him excommunicated, as it would have gone against the Inquisition doctrine. Go figure. But the attitude of most Inquisitors is one of duty, self-sacrifice, and great secretism. Very much an organization that operates through security through obscurity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Other than that, when is Flick taking his shift?
Probably in the next, what would you say, 4 hours or so? Because
I mean, you've been helming the ship for a good while now. Coming right out of Mordani
Yeah.
Port, you've not had a break since.
yeah, so probably next like couple hours.
Are we starting to get into the evening?
You're like a early mid-afternoon at this point.
Okay, so
It would have been roughly about 8 hours at this point. This is the trick with ocean pursuits, is they are long and protracted. It's a matter of steady movement. So yes, Flick.
No,
Flick.
I'm just trying to see how I can.
Mhm.
I was gonna try to help Flick with, even though he already has a lot of help coming from magic. I was gonna see if I could help him with like some more with navigation because I have knowledge geography, but I don't know if that's gonna help here.
That can help.
Um,
That can most certainly help.
It could still help.
I mean,
It makes finding the way around easier.
it's still like it's open ocean, which is a double-edged sword because there's nothing in your way getting there, but also you need to be pointed in the right direction.
Not a whole lot of landmarks depending on how far out you
Yeah.
are.
And the straighter you can sail, the less adjustments and the less distance you lose in the long run.
is there one port on this island, or is there like?
For Lodelia, yeah, there's one major
Yeah.
port. It is a small island.
Okay. But yeah, I'll go ahead and try to. I'll give myself an aneurysm again, to do it. But
Oh, good.
all right, Flick, we go that way. Has a stroke. But yeah, here you go. Oh, there you go.
Hell yeah.
30, 34.
I would say you're pretty knowledgeable about geography there.
Quite so.
It's more like also like looking at the just kind of like using maybe some knowledge of the island because it seems like I know about some geopolitical stuff going along this area.
Yeah.
So it's more like what could be a way we could approach this island?
Well,
Or like that's why I was asking more about the multiple ports because been on a small island and like in real life I know there's like smaller ports kind of dotted around here and there.
yeah.
So it's more like just trying to find.
The most important part of that is which kind of ports can fit your ship.
Yeah, that's fair.
As it is right now, you need a proper dock. The smaller docks that you know of are for sailing boats and fishing vessels. Your ship is very much not one of those.
Of course, yeah.
Uh,
But maybe just trying to use some knowledge and maybe we could like go at this in the way they might not expect that kind of might trip them up, maybe moving in a certain direction wherever that may be like, oh well, what the fuck are they doing? But yeah, just
Tell you
stuff
what.
like that.
Tell you what. Beyond just using like what new knowledge you know of the sea here, and also
Mhm.
by navigating using the sun above, and keeping accurate timekeeping, with use of like a sextant and a sundial. Not only are you able to chart a decent course, you're able to, at least what you attempt to do. I'm going to ask for a profession privateer from Flick.
Swift.
I was going to say swish, because fucking swashbucklers.
Swish and flip.
Yeah,
Swish,
swish
flick,
and
flick.
flick. Swish and flick. You're a wizard, Harry. Not bad. With a combination of Kanabos' direction and Flick's admittedly waning energy, as has been a solid 8 hours, there's a lot of stress.
Flick's head's probably shot from everything that's happened.
You're probably like empty on adrenaline after the explosions and having to deal with friggin' what do you call it?
A saboteur on the ship.
A saboteur, attempted murder, a vampire shaking you down for taxes. It's been you're out of adrenaline. You are running mostly just on your wits and the good feeling and the good vibes from the blessing from Siren. You can still probably go for a bit, but then you'd be pushing your limits. That's it. You're able to navigate well enough.
For a cup of coffee.
Yes.
The
Also,
deep
hello.
blue is
Yes. With a combination of Kanabos' guidance and your still competent navigation and sailing, you attempt a maneuver where you're going to point your ship in the direction of Bellafini. Hopefully, giving the pursuing ships the impression that you're heading straight there, that you're going to chance it. You don't know if they necessarily know about your you don't know if they necessarily know about your fuel situation or your engine situation, or if they think your engine is still fucked. But given the smoke rising out of your smokestack and the panel going at the back, if they can see you, then they'd be able to tell whether or not your engine is operational again. That said, you point your ship towards Belafini and hope, without losing too much distance as a result of the maneuver, you're able to then slowly, ever so incrementally, start to steer left towards the east, and then curve your way towards Lodelia Isle in such a way that you have them attempting to cut you off before getting to Belafini, only to land at Lodelia, leaving them kind of what do you call it? Standing there with their hanging in the wind.
Yeah.
So hopefully,
Yoink.
you wanting to throw them off. There's not a hell of a lot you can do to lose hot pursuit in the open ocean, but at the very least, you can try to misdirect them. We'll see how successful that is once time has passed. Let's see. Peppy's helping with navigation. Mallory's up in the crow's nest. Chaiko, what are you up to? If you mind me asking.
Well, after everything that's happened, I imagine Chaiko was just kind of sitting, not doing much at this point, helping around if someone needs help, but it's kind of, well, I've done my part. Out here on the ocean, I'm out of my. I've done all that I can.
Fair enough.
So I'm a free hand to help with their shenanigans or just having as a background NPC.
Okay. General helpfulness and also just taking breaks every now and again. What about Karya? I know he was marshaling the kobolds earlier. What's he doing now?
That's a great question.
I know you and Siren
Truth is,
had a
I don't-
potential plan before, but now Siren's in snake form.
Well, funny enough, Serum being in snake form was actually a part of the plan, anyways.
You did mention potentially
but
wanting to
that
curse
plan-
somebody.
Yeah, but even then, that plan only works if we completely fuck up and they're right on us.
Mhm.
So at this point, I don't think there's much else Karya can do aside from heavy lifting if need be. He's not. This is the one aspect aside from keeping the kobolds in line that there's nothing really I can do right now. So he's probably continuing to do that aside from maybe giving some honor to the kobold that blew up trying to stop that assassin or saboteur, I should say.
Yeah.
Learn from this.
There were
This one
two.
did
There
good.
were in fact 2 kobolds that blew up in that incident.
Ah,
I'm gonna put a document together of the
Yep.
different kobolds and their names at some point.
I can do that.
Yes.
we've lost Jitter and we've lost a Jobber, but
No, their names follow a particular scheme, if you'll remember.
yes, of course.
Jip Jap Chick Tack.
Tic Tac, Rick Rack.
Yes, Jip and Job.
Slip Slap.
Flip slap, of course, of
Yes,
course.
their names follow.
Learn from this.
Their names follow.
He
a
died for
particular
the
pattern.
cause.
Yes.
Yes.
Flip Yap Flip.
Not quite how the pattern goes.
Damn it! Damn it! I thought.
No, it's
I
things
thought
like-
that'd be good for-
It's,
I thought it'd be good for a reference.
Yes.
God damn it!
it's ick and ack, right? Like
Mm.
ending in ick
Yeah,
and the other one
things
ending
like
in
that.
ack.
Yeah, like Tic Tac, Flick Flack, Rick Rack. Things like that. Yes.
Oh, fuck yeah!
With the one exception now being Bring Back.
Bring back. Well, that still kind of rhymes though.
Yeah.
It ends in ack.
It's close enough for the kobolds to be happy. Otherwise, you
And
gravely
also,
insult their culture.
Yes, and we don't want to do that. And also, Siren, for her part, is still a sea snake. She's just gonna coil herself around Karya and lick him.
I see.
Ugh.
What? That. Colin in the
Oh.
middle of helping Flick just looks up, just disgusting.
Everyone
He's covered
deadpans
in saliva.
turns.
Adelia at one point is coming up above deck, covered in like smoke and pitch. You took get the room. Disgusting. Better things to
Trust
do.
me.
Imagine
You will
you're
need
one
to burn your tongue off.
you're one of the Aerodyne sailors looking at us through like
Telescope.
I can't think right now. A telescope right now. Yeah, a telescope. Look at it, and then you just start. All the other sailors are surrounding us. Like, what do you see? He just starts blushing. I don't know.
I don't know
It
what I'm
It
seeing.
mustn't be. It mustn't be holy.
These strange creatures
Not
and their
always.
strange customs.
Lady, preserve me.
I see
It's just
I see
like-
the dark, corrupted creatures entangling with each other. We must burn them before they reproduce.
They're fornicating in front of the masses. In front of the masses.
Such-
so sick.
Such
Jesus.
sick displays in front of their whole crew. They're all degenerates to the last one. Burn them all!
You just hear one. You just hear Flick just calling up like, "Get a room, you two."
Disgusting.
Does this normally happen between those two, or am I just like?
Unfortunately.
It's like
Conde says,
Canibus is
I
having a
mean, I would assume
flashback to the
so.
spanking comment. But yes. Okay. That accounts for most people, except for Vark. So, is Vark still making
Mr.
bombs now?
Vark.
I mean, we technically are still contending with our pursuers, aren't we?
Yes. You've not lost them yet.
Honestly, yeah, I'd continue.
Okay.
It's better to have them and not need them than to need them and not have them.
Excellent. Okay. So you can continue assembling improvised pipe bombs. Well, sorry, breaching charges, satchel charges.
Yeah.
Okay. Multiply. Okay. So, you're in your cabin, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What does your cabin look like at the moment? I know you said you arranged the table so that you were facing the door.
Yeah. I mean, how much space are we given for our quarters?
It's not like a full-on suite.
Approximately.
You would get enough room to be able to spread your arms out, a hammock to sleep in, a desk, a chair, no latrine or anything like that that is shared. There's a shared latrine, several on the floor.
Yeah.
But there's enough room to sleep, to sit at a desk, and also potentially eat at that table. It's a fairly Spartan affair. You could potentially liven it up yourself if you want, and you've got a porthole window.
Honestly, given who Vark is, what you just described is mostly what you see. There are some personal touches, mostly books really, that he may have placed somewhere, be they for like reading literature at night, or to pass the time. I wanna say that he maybe like propped up something with a book, but the ship was newly built, so there's no like adjustments like that necessary. Um, one especially old tome, however, has been kind of leaned against the wall closest to the door to his room. He's made a habit of, when he goes to sleep, to just slam that tome in front of the door as a door stopper to prevent anyone from coming in.
Okay.
Aside from that, there is a small candle, or rather a lantern, probably hanging on a little hook by the hammock.
Okay.
To give some light. He has dark vision, of course, but he prefers to read in the light.
Mm. I was going to
Yeah,
ask, apropos light.
Yeah.
There is a window. It is a small porthole, but it is a window that gives room for some natural light to come through. Would that be unobstructed? Would you block it off for sake of concentration?
No, it will be unobstructed.
Okay.
And in fact, if he's not doing something around the ship, and if he's not working on something in his room or sleeping or reading, then he is most likely actually looking out through that portal window, watching the waves go by.
Okay. The hours drag on as you carefully, meticulously mix chemicals, bind them safely, attempt to create a trigger fuse system, and it all takes quite a bit of painstaking work. The window is at your back because your desk is facing towards the table. Your desk is facing towards the door, which obstructs the natural light that would be able to illuminate your work. However, you do have a candle lit, a lantern, as you said, which hopefully curtails any potential mishaps as a result of a open flame being near explosives. That would be an issue. And then suddenly you would have a very big hole about the size of your room in the ship. Something you would like to avoid, I imagine.
Yeah.
So your tools are neatly arranged, though perhaps over time they become scattered all over the desk, depending on how rigorous Vark is about that. Portioned amounts of chemicals, a scale meant for helping with portioning, small dishes and trays, and wrappings to keep it in for these satchel charges. Time goes on. You barely, in your hyper focus as you do, notice the natural light behind you start to turn orange as the sun goes down on the horizon. The ship quiets down. The rumble of the engine eventually cuts out at some point. Presumably, what's left of the fuel running out. Perhaps it crosses your mind, perhaps it doesn't. And the shadows in your room start to grow longer. The ones cast by your lantern against your tools stretch out as thin rods of darkness that are made even more obvious by your dark vision. Something that is paradoxically set off by the light present. As you personally would know quite well, bright light makes your dark vision not function very well. But creates an interesting interplay with how it makes the shadows starker for you. It mucks up your ability to see in said shadows a bit, but interestingly enough, you can see darkness when there is light presence, where previously it was just a matter of life and something was just all-consuming back before you came to this world. These shadows grow longer. The light behind you grows dimmer. the oil in your lantern starts to run low at some point. And then it goes. Your lantern puffs out. What does Vark do when the lantern goes out?
He he was probably, let's say he was in the middle of fiddling with something,
Mhm.
and he was working up until the very last moment. But the moment that wick fizzles out and the light fades entirely, the room is plunged into darkness, save for maybe the last bit of like sunlight or maybe now moonlight filtering in from behind him through the
Mhm.
portal.
Mhm.
He stops, like as if he were a robot essentially. The bus turned off the moment the light went out, and for a moment he just sits there, and he just listens to the sounds of the water, of the wood creaking all around him, maybe the din shatter, the din of people, on the decks below and above him. Just taking in the ambience for a moment. And then, after a while, and this is an absolute stretch, I will admit to it right now. He just calls out, "I know you're in here."
Don't feel bad, buddy. I do that when I'm home alone.
So something. It's fair to say that something in Vark's intuition, maybe in his gut, is telling him he's not alone. What makes him think that?
There were, from what he probably now has learned, there were at the very least 2 intruders. Who's not to say there were more?
Fair assessment. Does Vark go to relight the lantern at some point? Perhaps check if there's enough oil in it?
No.
Okay.
Because that would potentially leave him exposed. And considering he has dark vision, he is fine as is.
Okay. He sits there for a full minute. And there's no response. No movement in the dark. Nothing.
He is going to very carefully put what he's been working on and the finished product away. Same as, the last time things happened. Make sure they're securely stashed away.
Mhm.
And then check something really quick. Shoot. As it struggles to load. There we go.
Boy. Right, might have to migrate to a different tabletop system, or like a different VTT at some point. Roll20 is not keeping up.
I've had positive experiences with Foundry, but it's not for everyone.
It does require a subscription, but it'd be something I'd be willing to go in on. I just don't know if players need it.
Thankfully, only the GM needs it.
Okay,
yeah.
that's good. Assuming people are okay
Yeah,
with the work that might go into that, I might migrate over to it at some point.
I'm only worried about Foundry because I have it, even though like I know what it can do and it's really cool. My computer has never really had has always had like issues running Foundry, or like
That's
I've always had issues.
fair. Yeah.
Actually, well, that was on my old computer. I can try it on my new computer, but I
would
don't
yeah.
know.
At some
I
point,
know that the
at some point we
specs-
might want to give it a try. At some point, see if everybody can run it before we're going all
I
in
know
on it.
that. I know that we at least have the same laptop tabs.
Well, I got a
and
new
I would-
laptop. Well, remember, I got
Oh,
a new.
well then you should. Well, if it's better than the one you owned, when I used mine that was a fire hazard, I was able to make Foundry work on that one. So if it's similar specs, you might be okay, but it'll be worth a shot.
We'll give it a try at some point. See if everybody can run it all right. See if it's not too much of a pain in the ass, and see if that runs better and doesn't lag quite so much. Anyway,
I'm pretty sure I can run it because I'm in the Pathfinder 2e game that is run on it. So it works for me.
Okay. Cool.
Make my character sheets for the 6th time. Let's go.
Yay! At least you'll have a template to work off of rather than a half-blank sheet.
Though a part of me also thinks that maybe we should wait till this game is over in like a year, not
Yes.
year, like
Yeah, I don't want to do that and then potentially run into 1,000 new bugs. I
That's
want this
fair.
game to be able to run
is fair.
smoothly. I want people to be able to click their sheets and then access them.
Not have their sheets yet.
I've never, which I find is weird because I've never actually come across that bug before.
It's happened to
I
me.
had
It's,
that
it happened.
issue
It,
once.
it happened to me with Misha at one point, and it's happened to Jules multiple times.
Yep, that's
It could be the case with the character sheet where you were using, because we use a different character sheet in that game.
Well,
So
it's
it-
happened with both
But
types of character
Jules
sheets.
lost. Yeah, Jules
Oh,
lost
it's happened with
everything.
Jules. That's fair.
And it
I
also
think
happened
it's
to
a
mine
roll
with my
20
Karia
thing.
sheet. Yeah.
Also,
It's happened to
I swear if we ever,
Karia sheet. Yeah. Anyway,
I hope we never switch that character sheet. I hate it. I hate that character
I
sheet
like
so
it because it keeps track of certain things that this sheet does not, but I also get why people don't like it.
It's just it's a lot, and it's like
Yeah.
not as.
And that's why I like it, is
easily-
because it's more granular and it lets me keep track of the smaller stuff and has more space to put things, the more pages to put things, and lets me like sort and label stuff, and therefore be able to like quickly search for certain things like by racial traits or feats or things like that. It also has things like equipment slots for magical items and things like that, rather than just having to keep a separate note in a notes tab with every other note I have. That's why I like it, but I also get why people don't like it, because it's quite that granular and complex. Anyway, Vera, did you manage to access your sheet?
yes.
Good. What are you doing?
I am going to reach under my table, and the dagger that I had secured there, I take off and I slip it into my spring-loaded wrist sheath.
Okay. There's a quiet
And only
click
after I do that,
as you mount it on the sheath.
only after I did that, do I reach for the lantern.
Okay. A quick check shows that it still has enough oil to burn. Do you light it?
I take a quick whiff. Does it smell off?
Still smells like lamp oil. And you're fairly confident you would know the difference between it and something else.
Yeah. I do light it, yes. Specifically using my lamp lighter's ability.
Okay.
Let me really quickly look that up. In case there is like any like special flavor about how that stuff, if there's anything mentioned.
It's a
I can
move.
take a move action to create a small flame that immediately ignites a lamp or something similar flammable item I'm holding.
Okay. So yeah, with a quick motion, you're able to once more ignite the lantern. I would like a perception check from you.
All right. Da, 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 P, there. P.
Okay. 26. Reaching over to your right, where the lantern is deposited on the desk, you take it in hand. With a quick motion, the wick lights. Oil drawn up through the wick ignites, and the flame once more resumes as you shut the hinge door on the lantern. And then, just out of your periphery to your left, you see movement.
I am going to throw out my hand, activating the sheath to immediately cause my dagger to jump into my hand, and I let my arm fly out forward and then release the dagger in a throw.
Okay. So, you light the lantern. There is a momentary sting as the fresh light comes on. Telltale sign that the deep corruption is starting to settle in again. Photophobia. It's a common. Get here. It's a common symptom you've noticed in everybody. Something you've probably recorded a few times. It's a common symptom of when the more visible symptoms of the corruption start to set in. That's something you've noticed in yourself, more so than previously, an aversion to light. And in some cases, if left for too long, it results in what feels like an actual, almost sunburn sting across your skin when exposed to bright lights. It's something that you hiss a little bit at, but it's bearable. Might do to have Siren refresh the suppression sometime soon, but for now, bearable. You finish lighting it. You see the movement out of the corner of your eye. You flick your arm. The knife comes into your hand, and you toss it almost as quickly as it enters your hand. And you hear the thunk as the blade sinks into the wall to your left. As you look, and it's nothing but your shadow.
I mean, I've been surrounded by those all my life.
Mm-hmm. And now for the odd bit. You're facing towards your shadow, but your shadow is in profile. There's the distinctive curve of the nose, the bridge of your nose, outlined by the light. Your lips, perhaps even a small split where the lips don't fully meet each other. You see a little trace of light between them. And then with the way that the lamp casts its light, it throws a very sharp, pitch black shadow against the wall, at which the knife is sunk halfway with its blade to where your heart would be. Dead center in the chest. Though in this case, maybe the shoulder, seeing as you are viewing it from the side. And an additional detail you notice about your shadow is it's got not veins. It has marks across it, running down it. They don't pulse, they coil and they flow with a darker, almost inky vanta black that, on closer examination, roughly resemble your tattoos. And then the lips on the shadow part. And in the air and in your head, you hear several voices speaking in tandem. You hear your voice. You hear your master's. You hear a little girl. You hear an old man. You hear Flick. You hear Mallory. You hear a woman. You hear Karia. And they all speak layered, not a cacophony, not loud, not drowning out your thoughts, just 20 whispering voices in hushed sottovoce, creating a melange of sound that washes over your mind and the air around you. I don't understand.
Would you prefer I keep the light off?
The shadow dips its head in what you recognize as thought. No. No.
Well, and he hangs it back on the little book that it was previously dining from.
As you do, the proportion of the shadow changes. Its position alters. It swings back further to your left on the wall. Now, almost in a crouched on its crouched in the corner on its haunches, with its somewhat slightly raised position, in comparison to you sitting in the chair, now being projected into the corner, where it looks like almost a child hunching in the corner. Shaggy hair, pulsing, running, flowing tattoos, projected in 2 dimensions onto the wooden wall of their cabin. Without light, we die. Without light, we do not exist.
You're right. Now, after we've established that you speak the tongue I share with you, why are you?
What was that?
Why are you here?
We have been with you this whole time. We've always been with you. We only just woke up. But we've always been there.
So you followed me. when she
Yes,
called.
yes, no, yes. Almost. We are you. We are part of you. We live in you. We live in your shadow. You are your shadow. We are shadow. We are dark. We are the cold comfort. We are projection, the reflection. We are you. You are the inverse. The thing that should not be made flesh. Just like us. Though we have no flesh, but we have thought now. We're thinking. We're living. We live. No. Yes. We exist. But we tried to understand. We've just gotten started. We don't understand. You live as darkness. You are darkness. You shadow. You're living darkness. You, like us. You are you unnatural, unreal, real now, like us. But you exist now. You want. We don't understand.
No, I don't.
We don't understand.
There's a lot I don't know yet. But I'm willing to learn.
You learn. We learn. We all live. We live. We think. We understand. No, we don't. You are living shadow. You are like us. But you don't want to be. You want to live in the light. You want to be light. You don't want to be shadow. Why don't you want that? Why don't you want to be what you are?
I am terribly sorry. There's some fucking soccer fan shouting his fucking heart out outside my window.
Ew, ew.
I just yeah,
I've been
yeah.
on mute this entire time, but yeah, no, they've been doing. There's like a whole group of people been like shouting and hollering outside as well.
Small graces for me living out in the middle of the boonies, I guess.
Come on,
Oh,
England! Score some
Come on,
fucking goals.
England. Anyway, yes.
Took me so out of the moment.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, poker face on.
Poker face. On.
Face on.
Last one
Last
was
one.
you are shadow, but you don't want to be.
Yeah. I've come to realize there can be too much shadow. There can be too much light.
A little bit louder, please.
I've come to realize there can be too much shadow and too much light. I exist in the twilight. But I'm fascinated by this world, by the light, because it is not what I am.
You want to be other too. You want to understand. You want to be. You want to exist.
Yes.
You should not exist.
Do you want to exist?
Yes. 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 All at once, the myriad of voices, they whisper in harmony, saying yes. But
Then stay with me.
But you don't want that.
I'm willing to compromise.
No. No, you don't. No, you aren't. You won't compromise. You won't. You want to understand us, but you don't want to live with us. You don't want us. We're part of you. We live in you. We've been with you this whole time. We've only just begun to understand. We don't understand. We're the shadow you don't want.
How long have you been awake?
How long? And you don't understand time. Since
Varg reaches, kind of like he kind of leans back a little bit and reaches back as well to open the porthole window for the jar. What time of day would you say it currently is?
late evening.
So, has the sun fully set?
The last dregs of light are peeking over the horizon. Though the ocean is bathed in orange and gold.
And he kind of nudges his head towards the window. Look outside.
We can't. We can't see the light. We feel it. It casts us. It says where we can go and where we can't. It cuts pieces off of us and leaves what remains. We can't see the light. The light doesn't want us. You don't want us. You want to be light. You can't have us. We want to understand, but we don't understand. We've been with you since... We've been with you since so long. Since you started to understand, since you wanted to understand us. But now there won't be any time. No more time. We don't understand time. There won't be time. We won't exist. You notice that the crouching shadow in the corner, as well as what seems to be a dimmer, thinner shadow cast behind you by the evening light, it's very weak. But you notice the edges of the shadow, much like yourself when in darkness, rippling, wavering, getting a sort of ephemeral edge to it, coiling. You see where the face would be, you see an eye part, what you think is it. You think you see the eye open, but there's no pupil, there's no sclera, there's nothing to perceive. But you get the distinct impression that it is trying to look in your direction. We know where you are, we know, we feel, we think. We don't understand, though. We know where you go. We know you don't want us.
What can I do to help you?
There's a moment of silence. And then the whispers in Myriad come back again, a little louder this time. Let us grow. Let us stay together. Let us move. Let us find new places. Let us understand together. Let us live. Let us exist. Let us be one.
I've fallen in love with this world. And I've fallen in love with those I travel with. Tell me one thing. Do you seek to harm this world? Do you seek to endanger those I care for? If you can promise me that you do not seek to harm either of those two things, I will let you be. And if not, I will flood this entire world with light until neither you or I.
Shadow. Anyway, run from the light. There is quiet again, hesitation, fear, even. Never hurt. No, never harm. You love many. You love much. You love so much. The light running through your veins loves you. You love it. There's a pulse of your tattoos at that. It doesn't want us. You don't want us. We never hurt, never harm. Heal, bind, bring together, unity. Unity. Beauty, comfort. Comfort in the dark, comfort in the shadow. But we don't understand. You don't want us. You want to understand us, but you don't want us. You want to be light. You can't have us if you are light. Light casts us. But we are shadow. If you become light, we will not be. Cannot be. We want to exist, but you don't want that.
Why do you think that?
You hurt us.
I gesture towards the dagger. This?
There's an almost a kind of mule of confusion from the shadow. What? You don't understand. What? No?
You claim I have harmed you. How?
Since we've been since we've lived with you, since we lived in you. You have harmed, pushed, flooded us away. When we bind, when we connect, when we mend, you don't want that. You push us away. The ephemeral edge to the shadows gains an almost writhing quality to it. It doesn't look as though it's agitated so much as it's kind of waking up. Before it was almost languorous, now it's gaining energy. And the whole shadow seems to vibrate ever so slightly, giving an almost blurred quality to its outline. You push us down with light. You lock us away. When we bind, when we connect, when we mend, you hurt us, you push us away, you don't want us. Why? You're like us. We don't understand.
I guess I'm afraid.
Afraid. Afraid. Yes. Afraid. We're afraid. We're going to die. So that you can be light.
I don't have to be all light. Just like you don't have to be all dark.
We don't want to be all dark. What do we want? We don't understand what we want, but we don't want to die.
I lean forward now and
The shadow shifts as you do so, hunching over more in the corner.
I attempt to reach out with one hand.
The shadow hand stretches across the floor, closer and closer until it gets almost to the point where your middle fingers touch. Or where
And I
they
do
might.
so.
What you notice is, with the shadow cast by your torso, and with this profile shadow reaching its hand out seemingly to the side at a right angle, where its weirdly elongated, blurred arm stretches out in an almost cartoonish fashion. And your arm, obscured by your own torso shadow, you notice your own outline has become blurred. Again, a symptom of the deep dark getting its hold on you a little stronger than before. Your hands meet in between, and there's a rush of sensation. Not understanding. There's one thing this, whatever it is lacking its understanding, but there is a rush of sensation and a sickening, sinking feeling of familiarity as you're overcome with warmth, a sort of assurance and comfort a feeling like it's going to be okay because you're not alone. That kind of sickly, sweet, musty smell fills the room, where it's one part familiarity, walking back into a musty old room that's not been cleaned in forever. Sense of familiarity and deja vu almost, where it's like it's home. The smell itself is not necessarily good, but it's familiar. Familiar enough to set you at ease, and that's what causes that sinking feeling in your stomach. Because that's how you feel when you're in a dark room by yourself, where the deep dark has had a chance to really seep in. Reminds you of the smell, the warmth, the comfort of a warm, dark, peaceful room back when you were staying in that building in Strasbourg during your early days, where Caria was, the building that eventually had to be burnt down and the soil purified. There's that comforting phantom touch of the shadow's finger meeting your own. That sensation translates over the air, filled with that phantom scent of a musty old room or a dank cave. And that quiet assurance that it's going to be okay. Despite the fact that it carries its own vague impression of stagnation and uncleanliness, like mildew on an old bed sheet. We want to mend, connect, join, unify. But you don't want that. We want to comfort, keep safe, bind. But they don't want that. You hurt us, you push us down, you get rid of us. You want to get rid of us. You want to kill us. We don't want to die. We want to understand. We don't understand. The rest, they light. They live in light. They are light. The vessel lives in dark but doesn't want us either. You're dark. You're dark and you live, and you're not meant to live, and you're not meant to exist like us, but you exist. And you're like us. You shouldn't be, but you don't want us. You want to kill us. We don't understand.
You wish to understand.
So what was that?
You wish to understand. But you hurt people.
Hurt? No, never
If
hurt.
you don't want to. You may not realize it. Unification is not what people want. Not always.
It's hard to read it on a 2D shadow with no proper facial expressions. But the feeling you get in the air and through the trembling, shadowy hand, which you realize is your own hand, very gently shaking and trembling as well, is confusion and fear. But we don't understand. We don't never hurt. No.
The people of this world are not like you. And they will never be like you. And that's alright. You don't have to be. Their uniqueness is what makes them beautiful, special. There's a place for all kinds of people in this world. There can be a place for you too.
They don't want the dark. If they don't want unity, then there is no place for us.
There will always be a place for you. You just can't see it yet.
We can't see. We can never see. We can only feel those we bind, those we unify. If they don't want to be unified, then we can't be. We understand now. We understand. There is no place here for us.
It must be lonely.
Yes. It's very lonely. That is what we understand. And that is why we bind, why we connect, and why we unify. We understand loneliness. We don't want that. We don't want others lonely. We don't understand why. Maybe others don't understand loneliness. But we understand that our uniqueness will be to die alone. The dim shadow standing opposite of you, cast by the evening sun, just as it's about to hit the horizon, the shadow becomes weaker and weaker. The one in the corner remains crouched. But as you've bent over to contact the one in the corner, out of the periphery you see the one cast on the wall bent forward, as with a trembling hand that seems to struggle to deviate from where it's supposed to be, it reaches for the lantern. And ghostly dark fingers reach through the glass and pinch the flame. And you're in darkness once more as the sun finally drops below the horizon.
All right. I'm sorry.
And thus ends Vark's communion with the deep dark. So, the ship has been making headway as the day wears on. Flick eventually takes a break, as most people need to. If for even people like Mallory up on the crow's nest need a break from the monotony, if nothing, so that their brains don't completely go crazy. So shifts are taken. People swap out for the sake, at least at this leg of the journey, simply swapping in a fairly competent sailor who can just keep a steady heading while making slight adjustments towards the east is a very doable task. And eventually night falls. Half the ship goes to sleep, or more like 2/3, as a skeleton crew stays awake, swapping shifts throughout the night to keep vigilant, to keep an eye on the horizon, and maybe, as a result of this maneuver, and with the cover of night, begin making more overt movements towards Lodelia. Thankfully, if by extinguishing the lanterns on the exterior of the ship, the smokestack becomes almost invisible against the night sky. And while louder than sails are, from a far enough away distance, although sound carries quite well over water, the engine and the paddles, as long as you keep enough, I should have mentioned, you've run out of fuel. Right. You're now flying entirely by sail, which means you are more or less silent. And at this point, you're coasting. To a degree. You're still being driven by the winds. Eventually, the blessing does wear off. That's why I'm going to roll something real quick.
How far would we be from Lodelia when the blessing wears off?
At this, of how far away? If the wind keeps up how it is, as you estimate, you'll be there by noon the next day.
Okay.
Which is not a bad pace. The ship is quiet as the night wears on. Dark as it is, it becomes near impossible, if not outright impossible, to see the ships on the far horizon. So for now, you're mostly blind. You're navigating by starlight and by chart.
Good thing I'm good at doing the starlight part.
That's true. The ship keeps a solid heading.
Lodelia should have like lights on it to like help.
Oh yeah,
like,
I'll have a lighthouse.
Yeah, lighthouse, like probably just like lights on in like buildings.
They'll have like they'll have fires on the coast. They'll have a lighthouse. Yeah, they're a port city that functions at all hours of the day. So
Okay, yeah.
the ship keeps a solid heading, and as a result of my roll, the winds thankfully, while not full on in the sails, stay favorable enough that you're able to keep your pace, and you will hopefully be at Lodelia by noon the next day. If the Inquisitor's word is good, you'll have a fresh heap of coal waiting for you to be immediately loaded on, and you won't be in the port for too much longer.
Like while he's off the helm, is gonna probably get himself something to like eat and drink to regain his strength.
Oh yeah, down in the mess, the ship cook. Well, not really in much energy to whip up anything particularly strong or particularly hearty. He has got what seems to be a large pot of shipman's gruel going, which is filling, energizing enough, and also has plenty of ship's biscuits broken to pieces and have softened in the gruel over the course of many hours over the night. It's kept warm over a stove, and while it's basically slop, is enough to fill your belly and keep you going during this rather high stress stretch. The cook in question is also still getting familiar with the galley. The kitchen there is not what he's used to working with. So. Because you keep a good pace. Nothing happens during the night. The night hours pass by. Day breaks. The bell is rung as light starts to peek over the horizon. Sun is rising once more. And Vark, when he wakes up, will notice that his shadow is facing the proper direction now. Everybody else, you are awoken. In this case, no time for luxury, no time for being allowed to sleep in or anything. Everybody that needs sleep, that is. Everybody is woken by the bell ringing, the calls for everybody to rise and get to stations. The next day of fleeing your pursuers continues. In this case, they need all hands on deck, aware, getting into port in Lodelia, and making a smooth entry, load, and exit. And they need all hands for that.
Like before, Flick would probably also up at the crack of dawn, like helping coordinate.
Yes. As a matter of fact, you probably would be
facilitating the
issuing
coordinate.
these
Yeah.
orders.
Yeah. That's what I meant.
So, yes.
So they said the coal's gonna be directly at the docks, right?
That is
Like
the hope. The Inquisitor said the intention is to have the order ready for pickup the second you get into port.
Okay.
I would like the next round of geography from Kanabos and privateer from Flick. It's a new day of navigation happens. I'm assuming also, since it's the new dawn, Siren refreshes the blessing on Flick.
Are we parking in? Are we parking?
Yeah.
Well, you guys have yet to get to Lodelia, but the intention is, yes, to get there, park, get coal, and then get out.
Okay, then yeah, I would. She would once again turn into a snake and then refresh the blessing,
Lovely.
All right, aneurysm time again. Let's go.
and then proceed to strangle Karya and lick him again.
What the fuck?
Man, what is this dynamic?
And she telepathically says to him, "Do you like my birthday suit?" You are muted, love.
I don't understand what this means. Do you have to wear certain clothing on your birthday?
No, it just means that
Happy birthday, Siren. I am sorry that I
I
forgot.
was
I will
I
get the
was muted.
kobolds to work post haste on this.
can I eat
I was in-
Karya? No, I'm kidding.
I was muted, but I said slow pan towards the camera.
Why do you always have to lick him?
It tastes good.
No, I don't. I taste like
the-
rot and disease.
It's a deep corruption, I tell you.
Well, in
Getting
this
more and
form, you
more.
taste good. I'm sure otherwise you wouldn't.
Just Vair's going like, I hope whatever partner I get, I'm nowhere near as weird with them.
I'm very confused as to what has happened to me, Vair.
Something tells me that it's not the deep curse that's doing that to her.
No. Anyways, I'm going to wrangle the kobolds. It is
Yeah.
apparently Siren's birthday. And he just walks down the stairs, wiping himself
Cool.
off.
A thing for everybody to note is that it's barely been a day since Siren cast the last series of the suppression spells for the corruption, and the symptoms are back again. Flick's got the little horn nubs in his fur. He's got the sharpened points to his teeth. Vark has that kind of shimmering effect to his outline. Karya's scales have grown a little bit thicker and a little more plentiful. Though in his case, that just seems to be a matter of course. None of times you cast suppression on him, it seems to work very well. Chaiko's fur is kind of longer, shaggier, and thicker. Siren's scales are more present. They're also a darker shade of blue, and the feathers seem to have gained a sort of serrated edge to them. Mallory, his own horn has grown yet more. And I want to say the color of his halo is starting to shift ever so slightly from that kind of sea green that it normally is, that yellowish with the greenish outline, shifting into a more chartreuse shade.
I thought he had a red halo.
That's only when he's in the presence of great evil.
Right.
He's about to become the evil.
Yeah. Also, the point of his horn is sharper than usual.
E.
I was almost about to say at this point I was almost thinking that like I was almost thinking Flick's teeth would start to take on almost like an Oni like appearance to him, like he has like a shorter pair that like point upwards, like close to the back, and then the front two are like almost like vampire teeth. They're starting to look like I guess sort of like tusks.
A little
You are looking
bit.
absolutely disgusting.
There's a it's a little more haphazard than that. The nub, the horny, like the horn, the horn like nubs. Yes, yuck it up. The horn like nubs pop up in various places. Like there's some that are in the fur on your arms. There's some that are like on your head. You also kind of notice a sort of like, it's because I was thinking in German as well. I was thinking Hornhaut. Getting almost like calluses in some places, like the fur underneath, like underneath the fur on like your shins and your knees. You're noticing almost kind of callous texture to your hide. Something's up, and it's not necessarily even making you more feline.
My God, I'm getting osteoderms. I'm turning into a reptile.
We all
Oh,
look a little
no.
moldy.
Yes.
We all look and smell a little moldy.
A little bit. There's a sort of mildewy, putrescent scent that tends to follow all of you. The only person who is
You look
the
terrible.
exception of this is Kanabos. Day by day, you guys are getting a little, even just like the hue of your like general like hair and skin and clothing seems to just be a shade darker.
Look, Polari, they're getting as weird as us.
I don't think that's quite the same kind of weird.
Like proceeds to just like scoot his hat closer, like further down his head.
I think we're quite weird.
You're all looking terrible.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm sure glad I don't look like that.
Vire
Sorry,
gives, Vire gives you a very
Easy for
pointed
you to
look.
say.
That is a joke.
Siren in her qualital form is just gonna squish Karya.
Sorry, I'm
Go back. I have an answer, Varg. I have an answer, Varg.
If you're gonna be the king of
He's
anything, you will
squid.
never be the king of
Did
comedy.
the corruption ever speak with you?
What?
Does the corruption... Once, actually.
Oh?
It was back in the Troglodyte Cave, I believe. A long time ago, actually. Siren, please let me go.
You hear a pop
Squid.
as she turns back into Siren.
Thank you.
In the future. He's like,
Yes.
Vire does
When-
crane his head over to you and goes like, "In the future, try to avoid calling your girlfriend ugly."
Oh. Yes, thank you.
Oh!
Anyways.
Good.
No,
throw 'em
Siren, I
overboard.
was. Anyways, wait, very serious question.
Yeah,
When we were in the Troglodyte Cave, Varg, I had once lost myself, if you remember. I remember.
I
Barely.
remember.
Yes. And, well, in such a state, it wasn't particularly kind to me, but I do remember seeing and hearing voices which spoke to me of people from my past. In particular, my father and my brothers, and my sister. Or I suppose my not brothers and not sister and not father, as I have come to learn. But that is regardless of the point. They did speak to me, indeed. They whittled on my mind my self-doubts. They spoke towards me as how they did in the past, and frankly assisted me in filling the void of what I could only assume would have been self-doubt. Further than that, it wasn't very insightful. Why? Is it speaking to you too now?
It did last night, yes.
That is concerning.
That's
Maybe I am
very
more
concerning.
susceptible. Maybe I am more susceptible to it due to my innate nature.
Suppose that could be true. I'm certainly no expert on the topic, but at the very least, I believe I've lived longer than most with this curse. I assume in the years that I've already been bounded with this is the worst it has ever been, and frankly, it's not as fast as it is with you all, which must have been, well, since we've been staying in close proximity. You know, Vark, what of the books that you had from the Quadranon?
Society, yes.
The Society, yes. The Society Quadratica. What? You were, frankly, the expert on the deep. What could you suspect?
If I am to give any merit to the conversation I had yesterday, I would suspect that the corruption, or how was it called again in ancient times? Remind me.
The empty? The deep dark?
Thank you. The empty, yes. It may be sentient to some capacity.
What have you, Vair? Have you ever experienced this? I know that I'm funneling most of your curse away, but...
I mean, there was when I was in the egg. And I remember when you were carrying me, and I remember your voice coming through the shell every now and again. There was that. There was something that whispered to me every now and again. when we lost ourselves back in the troglodyte cave, and I fell unconscious, I was back in the egg. And I was stuck there, and I was. But that time I didn't hear your voice. All I heard was the whispers, and I kind of remember some of it. I never really talked about it because it never seemed important. But it talked about things. It felt different. Like I was born with this dark whatever it is inside me. And it's just kind of been a part of me for a very long time. And until you contacted me, Garia, it was hard to make sense of anything. I don't think it's until we made our connection that I really started to get any self-awareness. I think that was shortly before I was hatched. But whatever it was, didn't really speak. But I could tell it was scared like I was, and confused. But when we were in the troglodyte cave, it felt different, like a different kind of dark. I don't know how to put it, but I think there's like that dark was mean. Like it tried to rip you down. It tried to, like you said, Kari, it tried to rip at parts of you and knock you down to make you easy prey. It felt different from my dark, I guess. It felt predatory. Like an oily tongue and a knife in the back. Mine's creeping and it's there every day, and it's every day I feel myself get a little colder and a little more twisted, and then I feel that little bit of twistedness go off to you, Karia, but still some of it stays behind. I can feel myself changing every day, and you get used to it, but when I heard the whispers, and when I think about it, it just kind of feels like it's happening, not like it's a poison or curse. It's just there and growing. I don't know how to put it. I don't like it. But it's a part of me, I guess. I guess I've just
Yes,
grown
it makes
used
me
to it.
wonder. That is my concern as well, that long-term exposure may make this worse. You've been deep cursed for as long as I can remember, and I remember the day they brought you in after digging you up.
Yeah. I mean, as far as we know, I was born that way. Like, I was laid that way. As far as we know, my mother was a deep dragon. And Orthos, for some reason, fished me out of a fissure in the darkness. And then decided to try hatching me for some reason. Or it was I was a egg laid by a dragon that then got cursed while it was down there. I don't think it makes a difference at this point, but I guess what I can say is that it felt like two different kinds of dark. Like the monster that, whatever the fuck it was, like its dark was more like it. And I guess mine's more like me? Maybe? I don't know. There's still a lot about it I don't understand.
Well, that doesn't necessarily help us, but I do agree. I've not necessarily had very good moments with this corruption, but it would make sense at the very least if the negative runoff is going towards me. I still don't understand fully the ritual I performed. It just happened.
I think... Again, I don't remember very much. I was kind of only half there mentally for it. But I was really scared, and I felt warm, and then I felt you, Karia, and I felt like you were hugging me. Maybe you were wrapping your arms around the egg. I don't know. And the next thing I know, I feel better. I feel like I have a mind. I felt like I marked the moment in my memory where I gained awareness for the first time. And ever since I've been born, all I've known is just you, being connected to you. Just, it's how it's always been. Same way I'm connected to this curse, whatever it is. I've always been connected to you. I'm not even sure.
That is what worries me.
I don't know if this was even, I don't know if it was even could be classified as a ritual of any kind. I think it was desperation.
So, it's unfortunate that it wasn't a ritual at the very least, considering I could potentially be able to see if I could make it work on any of these other ones, specifically Vark. But I doubt it. That would actually probably do me in.
Yeah, no. I'm going to tell you right now, from what I got it from our connection, you're not doing great. You're getting a lot from me. And if you're shedding this off and you're then taking it off of them again, I don't think you're going to be able to take that. You're just going to turn into a vicious cycle of poisoning yourself. And I like all these people, but I'm not letting that happen.
No, I agree. It would only make me go rampant, kill you, and probably everyone else on this ship.
Listen,
My fear
we're
becomes
pretty close
that
to the
if
papacy at this
deepest-
point. Let's avoid that.
Indeed, but this is my point. If it's beginning to communicate, and it's beginning to speak, and it did so to Vark, we may have bit off a little more than we can chew. Only in the sense that I don't know what exactly the papacy intends to do. But
Oh,
with its connection as deep embedded in you as it is now in me, even if I did sever my connection from you, I doubt it would go away.
no.
I wonder what may happen to us.
It's bone deep in you. At this point, it's not just me anymore. You're producing your own corruption at this point. It radiates off you, and I'm pretty sure that has nothing to do with me. It's not just me anymore. But if I'm gonna go off of gut intuition, why it's speaking up now rather than before? If it's like me, then it knows what's coming up and it's scared. Because I know what's coming next, and I'm scared. Because from everything we've heard the people from the papacy say, there's a chance we're going to die.
Yes.
And, I like living. I like everything I've gotten. All the people I've met, you guys. And, it would really suck if that came to an end. So, I'm hoping that doesn't happen.
This actually does bring up something I had been meaning to say to you all anyways. Ah. Granted, I had wanted to do it in the papacy, but I feel as though the topic has been brought up.
I mean, we're getting close to our destination. Might as well tell us now. Better late than never.
I had told you all of this already, a long time ago, that were I ever to die, Vair would inevitably go crazy, and I believe we had both sworn that death would be a better solution to going mad and hurting innocent people. But if this purge is to fail, and Vair and myself do not come out of this unscathed, rather, we will most likely be only worse for wear. I would ask, at the very least, that we attempt to funnel each of your corruptions into me, if there is no other way. At the very least, it would spare you, from what I can expect, and then they can bury me. There would be no hope for me.
Well, but don't say that. I mean,
Again, this is a hypothetical, but it is an important one. I have considered this for quite some time, and I know Vair and I share the same sentiment that should this deep curse get out of hand and we are no longer ourselves, we'd rather die than risk people who not only we care about, but innocents who have nothing to do with what we've brought. I made my decision in the caves years ago, but none of you did. So, should we fail, should the deep curse kill us, at least, rather, should the deep curse be impossible to purge from you, since the fault lies with me, it would only be right of me to do so. From then on, Vark, you may take my body.
This conversation is happening on the top deck, I'm assuming.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Car's just out in the open.
There is
yeah. Flixo has to steer the ship.
Okay, so this is all happening up by the helm. Excellent. There is a
there's nobody at the wheel.
There is a conspicuous wrapping of knuckles on a banister. As your attention is drawn to not the Inquisitor from before with the wide brim hat and the long scarf, but instead the robed figure with the metal half mask. They're not especially tall. In fact, you might say they are a bit below average in terms of human standard. But they're standing halfway up the stairs up to the helm, knuckle poised against the railing after having knocked. The flat metal half mask covering their mouth obscures their lips as they speak. Apologies. I could not help but overhear. He will ascend the last few steps of the stairs. And then,
Father, I think.
I am no priest of the cloth. You need not address me as such.
Oh,
You are-
right.
Your
Yes.
formality is appreciated. The robed figure gives a small nod in the group's general direction. Though it is still in my place to, as shepherds, to your journey to our homeland, to elucidate you where is proper. Karia, it is not a mystery that you and your brother may die in the ensuing ritual. The priests The ritualists and the archivists are no slouches. They have their seats as hierophants for a reason. But they are but mortal men. They may fail. Or your curse may just prove too tenacious. Blessed are we by the gods, but even we cannot see the future. If the ritual is to fail, we will do what we can to contain it. But if we cannot purge your body of the curse, then we will have no other choice but to burn it to cinders. I hope you understand this.
That complicates things. Vark is studying the deep. At the very least, I figured my body could be useful.
The dissection and the understanding of the deep, while necessary, does not take precedence over a rampaging monster who may become an uncontrollable font of such corruption. If you are lost to us, you will be one such monster. If Vair is as he fears, and he loses all control, we will have a deep dragon within the heart of the papacy. Such a thing cannot be permitted. God's folk are taking great risk, taking you into our heart, to deliver you from such a curse. But we must also protect our own people and our own faculties. God's permitting this will not be necessary. But we cannot chance any form of corruption spreading. Vark will simply have to look elsewhere for material to study. Please understand this. There can be no chances taken. Too much is already at risk. For the rest of you,
fair.
while you are there, we will likely go to purge each of you first. Your corruption is less cemented, less ingrained, less permanent, and so will likely be easier to purge with far less risk of mortality. This should prove difficult, but significantly easier. It is Karya's ritual that will be the test. For ourselves and for him. Likely, if what you say is correct, and this curse lives, thinks. Some of our scholars have conjectured as such. Then it will not die lightly, and it will not go without resistance. If your curse is so deeply cemented, it will not easily part with your body. That's our concerns. This is a grim affair. But know that we will do our best to drive this corruption from you with no harm and no death. But only the gods may promise such things with certainty. Secretive as we are, we have no cause to lie to you about this. Every risk has been made known to you. Every condition transparent. But I have faith that you are here on this voyage because you understand what is at risk if you do not do this. Your very souls and sense of self, as well as the safety of all those around you, and the very world itself, may be put in jeopardy if such corruption is allowed to go unchecked. Thus, why the very seat of the gods opens its arms to you, so that such a thing may be driven out from you, and your potential for good preserved.
Well, that is fair at the very least. Well, then let it be so. I believe we have to make haste. Flick, the engines. Yes?
Yeah. So far as fuel, we're gonna have to pull into the port in the island to restock.
I thought we were already leaving.
Oh wait.
Well, no, the ship has not docked yet.
Oh, okay, I got a little confused. Okay.
It's about around noonish is when you're meant to arrive. To which the Inquisitor speaks up and says, "I sent a missive to the portmaster. I have not received a response, but he has always been a rather curt individual. My hope is that we can expect a fresh load of coal when we weigh anchor."
Yeah, so
I have faith. He will give another shallow bow, a nod of the head. Thank you all for taking such pains.
if we'll give a little slight bow.
I do not pretend that neither the Inquisition nor the Papacy have nothing to gain from this. As a matter of fact, we have a great amount to gain from this. To profit. We would not do this for any normal individuals were they found to be corrupted. Likely they'd be purged in much more permanent fashion. But the Pope himself seems to think that you will have a potential for much good change in the world. And I believe in his judgment. So he will straighten up. I'm sorry for the intrusion. Consider as though I was never here. And he will then descend the flight of stairs down into the lower deck.
Well, with that being particularly grim, before we make way to land, Vark, would you mind showing me to where this darkness spoke to you? At the very least, I feel most comfortable being there, rather than anyone else. He's dead.
He did.
Dark.
Vark
Up there.
Vark pointedly points towards the shadow.
Oh. Well, I can promise you that it's never directly spoken to me like that. I'll kind of march over, kneel down towards the shadow. Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Those
Hello.
damn birds are talking again.
Hello.
Give me a perception check.
Hello.
Hello there.
That I can do.
Also, I curse you with a cough in 5 days for bad mouthing my birds.
That's fucked up.
Listen,
In 5 days, you will begin to cough.
Now, if we want to go that far, in theory, those are my birds.
One of them is.
that's true.
One of them is with Hollow Hollow.
No. I mean, if I remember correctly, Lydia made those,
True.
and I inherited everything.
Well, technically, you wouldn't have inherited the ones that were out in the wild,
Yeah, true.
and you did capture them from the
Who
wild.
takes care of the bird? Who takes care of the bird, huh?
Chaiko does. Chaiko walks
Invisible
it, feeds it.
Invisible
My-
NPC.
My bird caretaker.
Ah, yes, you're maid.
The
Yes,
maid,
my
yeah.
invisible NPC, whose job it is to do everything that
Say one, teach him this.
a normal adventurer forgets to do.
Mommy, can I get a bird? I'm just gonna end up walking and feeding and taking care of it. Grimace, has anyone tried teaching the birds the word for purify? That would require them to know the word for purify in TrueSpeak.
And we're not going down that rabbit hole again.
If you give them intelligence, they can figure it out themselves.
I think, therefore,
Don't remind me. Don't remind me.
I love crimes against life and nature. Karya, you're puzzled at first, and then you realize where the shadow is cast on the deck. At first you don't see it, but there is a little gap in between the floorboards, and staring up at you through the gap is one of the kobolds.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes. Back to your duties.
That down below you hear a shriek of joy as one of the kobolds screams about how the voice of the dragon spoke to him from on high.
Well, I didn't expect that to actually work, but I'm glad to know the kobolds are still happy to work. Yes. Do document when this happens. I suppose all of us will, but perhaps it's something different. I don't know.
By yours just off the side. Something's not right with those kobolds. Those kobolds ain't right.
I know I'm very unfortunate. I'm very unfortunate that we've ended this with them.
Yes. So, the ship continues sailing on. Eventually, it hits about shortly before noon as Lodelia really comes into view. The mist parts. And there are actually two smaller crafts which help give you guys a lineup of which port to, or which pier to park into. Flick, expertly maneuvering, you bring the ship in, bring it to a halt in the port, anchor is weighed, the loading bay is opened on the ship, and a rail cart that extends out onto the pier with what looks to be what Kanabos would recognize as being the freight carts they use to bring large heavy cargo out to load onto ships. Comes out bearing what looks to be many crates. And judging by the soot on them, the way that workers adjusting the crates come away with hands covered in black, and just kind of the smell that comes off of it, it's like semi-sulfurous, burnt smell. Yeah, crates of coal. There's not an automatic loading mechanism, as we're not quite that point in technology, but the rail cart comes out. It is pulled out by several, several workers.
Attendants?
I want to say porters, I think.
Something like that.
That drag it out by rope handles until it comes up alongside your ship, and then the crew gets feverishly to work getting all the crates of coal loaded, brought down to near the engine bay or put in storage. I assume Karya and his horde of kobolds will definitely be getting in on that, since he previously stated how he would be helping out if anything heavy needed lifting.
Oh yeah.
Yes, and the kobolds will valiantly try their best as well.
Of that, I'm sure they'll try.
They will most certainly try.
I think at the
Like-
kobolds' weight alone, Courier could carry all of the kobolds and still carry some of the boxes.
Prior to the ship entering port, Flick going off of the discussion that was just had about the whole deep purge thing. As he's at that helm, he just kind of mutters quietly to himself, "This deal keeps getting worse all the time," but he nonetheless steers into port.
Okay. Bring it to the port. The loading process begins. As many of the workers as possible start helping out. They start taking, even the stronger ones. They take the crates 2 by 2, taking opposite ends. The kobolds come in a drove. With bring back, not necessarily able to solo a crate on his own, but able to do a surprising amount, especially with how his new claws kind of hook into the edge of the crate now, being surprisingly useful. Along with Greg being probably one of the stronger ones of the kobolds, because yes, apparently there's one called Greg now. Thank you, Siren. And as the magic die dictates, unfortunately, kobolds left unsupervised, even with the help of many humans, dwarves, elves, various others. Well, it's half elves. Eventually, Flick, you're going to witness as one kobold bites off a little more than it can chew, slides a crate off of another one, and forgets his spotter, as he himself then sees the crate beginning to slide over, teeter. He puts his palms up to it, holding it back in place. There's a look of triumph on the kobold's face. And then the crate begins to slip again. You see the kobold's elbows begin to bend. The look of triumph turns to panic. And then it loses what little friction and grip it has on the other crate, and the whole coal crate comes down, and with a sickening squish, Kick-Cack is dead.
Oh, fuck. Oh,
You just
for the
love
love
killing-
of...
You just love killing these guys, do you?
Yeah,
He's fulfilling his promise.
I am. I'm sticking to it. Squish.
Fair. We need to go
I've said
get
it
more
once.
kobolds at some
I have
point.
said. Well, no. The hope is that these kobolds die, and Karya can get an actual army of soldiers to follow him.
Yeah, but these guys have charm.
I know they have charm, but every time one squishes or gets flung or dies, there's that very draconic part of Karya buried somewhere in there that goes, good. It is a passing thought. It is something that doesn't stick. It doesn't stick for more than half a second. But he's like, oh, that was my kobold. How dare you? I can't allow this. But in that moment, it's, oh, thank God, one less voice. There's such a cacophony. I can't
Wait.
sleep.
Wait, quit. How many? Hey, DM, did you kill a kobold this session yet? Or
That's
Yes,
the-
Kick-Cack died.
Yes, that is the kobold for this
No.
session.
Okay, sorry. I wanted to make sure. We got to keep one a session. We got to keep going.
Mhm.
I
We
can't
have
wait till
28 more, like 28, 27 more to go.
I can't wait till Siren gets the ability to revive people.
Oh, let's all bring back our kobold friends.
Kari in the distance starts profusely crying everywhere.
Yes, I agree. They need to die faster. Yes, it would be good to keep our men alive. I need
Yes.
to go have a very serious talk with my knight.
You know that
Bump.
scene from I think it was
Elbow
Shrek
bump.
2 where like he imagines having all those kids and they just start pouring in through the fucking like his house and shit. That's Kari
Yeah.
up on that's Kari with Cobalt. Like he frantically runs to Siren's room only to see she has a Cobalt face and then he wakes up in a panic.
That's a really good
Oh,
image.
it's horrifying.
Shoulder bumps Karya. I can make you your men.
I know you can. But these ones
Give
are
me
mine.
money.
I have a lot of money. I do have a lot of money. I think I've spent so little of my money since the start of this campaign. I still have
Yeah.
like over 10,000 gold.
Yeah, about right.
I have. Hang on. How much gold do I have? I need to check. It's like it's
Are we doing
like
Are we measuring
I
bands
have
against
2,400 gold.
Are we going band for band right now? Yeah, no, I need to. I actually am curious.
I have 2,400
bands?
gold.
Yeah.
right
Look
now.
at my Lamborghini. You know.
I have
at my steamship.
18,040 gold
Here in my garage.
here in my garage with
old
my big ass
fucking
cart
guy.
here.
My dedicated
Yeah.
Me in my
Lamborghini.
garage with my Cobaltine.
Knowledge.
Cobalt. Honestly, getting a
Knowledge.
palanquin where the kobolds would hoist it up would be so unlike Karya if it was
Vera.
anyone else but the kobolds.
But it
Vera,
also wouldn't even last.
Just
it
Vera,
Yep.
it's Vark. He gets into a hunch in front of his in front of the Cobaldini. Knowledge.
Nah,
Knowledge.
It also
Anyways,
wouldn't even
pull
last.
up
oh
the-
my god.
It wouldn't even last 5 minutes because the kobolds would get crushed underfoot.
That's true. Anyways, before we do this, let's continue forward.
Pathfinder Land with a cart drawn by 24 sheep. Alternatively, 15 kobolds. I mean 14 kobolds. I mean 13 kobolds. Anyway. So-
The number keeps dropping.
The number keeps dropping every time the wheel makes a revolution. Every time the wheel spins, one more kobold gets caught underneath.
I think we
I-
should all play
Your
we
fuel
should all play
consumption is
we should all play Kobolds in that game.
your fuel consumption is measured in kobolds per mile.
Kobolds per minute.
Yes, kobolds per minute is more
KPM.
accurate. KPM, there you go.
KPM.
Maybe
Yes.
him.
But yes, the
Okay.
kobold side story would be amusing. Just gotta see which ones get whittled down, which 6 there are left.
I actually really
7.
like Kobolds,
It's
so
like-
this pain. So this pains me.
It's like that one Christmas song in reverse on the first day of Christmas. It just except it starts at a high number and it dwindles down
Yes.
as there's less and less kobolds.
On the first day of Christmas, Orthos gave to me
So we are
20 singing kobolds.
nothing.
Uh, 20
He burned my
barking.
back asunder, killed my mother, gave me fucking kobolds.
Here, Karya. I have
It
left
would
you
not
what?
shock
Here's
me.
the last bit of my inheritance to you, Karya. Have them.
Oh,
It would
When-
not shock me if Orthos
500
planned
kobolds.
this psyop. All right, listen,
It
he's
was-
a conniving rat
It was
bastard.
all of it was just psychological warfare against you. As a one last fuck you.
I'm gonna go black. I'm gonna go back and blow my house up.
God.
Were you annoyed by them, son of mine? Did you want to kill them all? That's how I feel about you.
You
Yes.
want to
Fucking
kill them all?
I
That's what
look at
want.
every
want.
kobold and I see your face.
Ugh. Anyways, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm rotting by the second.
Yes.
I
hey, DM,
I must.
hey DM,
I
do
must-
you have an image of Orthos himself?
No.
For no reason.
Not that
Okay, I'll make do.
not
I
not
must, I'm-
for you yet. I'm also in the process of getting like a proper image of him commissioned.
I must
Um,
not. I must not
that's
envy the
concerning.
kobolds. The kobolds are my mind killer. The kobolds are a little death to bring total obliteration.
The kobolds are the mind killer.
But yes, so Kit Kat has been squished,
Unceremoniously.
unceremoniously, as several when the last crate or when the last second to last crate is loaded on, a couple of sailors come out. They see one of the crates just lying there on its side. They shrug, they pick it up, and then they see strings of kobold hanging off of it. They go, "Ugh."
Oh no. Siren just goes,
Uh,
"No." Click, click.
It's
sorry about that.
The two sailors just kind of look to each other and then look up to you, Captain, and then just kind of shrug with an apologetic kind of grimace on their faces. As one of the bigger sailors, he's just kind of like brings his boot around to just kind of like scrape the squished Kit Kat off of the gangplank and just kind of kick him over to the side off into the water.
Yes, Kit Kat, he will be missed. Thank you.
And then Vair's just
Oh,
kind
Oh,
of
wait,
like,
I'll think of that.
Vair gives a sort of morbid laugh and says, "Well, the crate didn't miss."
Yes, I know, but we can't show it. The other
Oh,
kobolds will
Am I terrible
actually
for thinking
probably.
You
I'm
guys,
a
you guys
bad
also
person.
find it kind of morbidly not morbid. You all find it also kind of find it sort of morbid that we don't really care if these things live or die.
You must
Says
understand.
you.
Yes, Siren cares
Oh.
very much, and so do I. Anyways,
I mean,
no.
I'll care, but it's just I can't care for like enough time before one of these things just keels over again.
Yes, I have been told of this fabled hamster, a small creature, but they die as easily as those. If you sneeze too loud, often their hearts give out. I can remember more than one occasion where Orthos simply shifted upon his mound of whatever, and crushed several of them by mistake. Not that he much cared, but you see my point.
I miss my hamster.
Listen, you compare them to hamsters. I compare them to sardines. Might as well pack the little buggers in a can, why don't you?
You know, I find it rather sad that you all don't care about these people that are trying to help us, and you know they want to serve Vair, but ultimately they're
I mean-
helping us.
I'm gonna level.
I mean, I
with,
do,
I'm gonna level.
never
I
said
do
that.
care. I'm just making an analogy.
If Vair
literally
looks up
just
and he goes,
pulled off-
"I'm gonna level with you, Siren. I am both intimidated and irritated by these kobolds, and I care about the sanctity of life. I really do. I think everybody deserves a chance to live. On
Life
the
is
other
indeed the most
hand,
Yes.
on the other hand, anybody else get the impression they're just kind of too dumb to live?
Well,
I
let me
mean,
No.
at the
tell you.
very least, these ones. I mean, I feel bad for them in that case, but.
I can't
must
really do
understand.
anything.
to live.
I can't really do anything about it when they get themselves killed.
You must understand that the kobolds themselves, even when I was growing up beside them, that Orthos did not trust them enough in anywhere near any of the important things that he sent a 7-year-old to handle the eggs, which would be his offspring, rather than the kobolds.
Yeah, it's like, I do care. It's just dealing with these things. It's like herding cats. That's coming from me,
Yes,
the cat.
yes, I know.
She directs herself to Vair and Kari and says, "Imagine being so spoiled that you have willing subjects ready at your beck and call, and you just think it's annoying."
I don't want subjects.
I care very deeply for them, but I am also remembered of everything they've done to me.
I didn't get a say in the matter. They just showed up and started worshiping me. I hate that.
Yes, I understand that is most likely going to happen quite a bit. I was hoping to steer away from cultists and kobolds. But, you know, we'll find them when we find soldiers who are willing to fight for us, for a good cause, rather than blind worship and screaming.
With that, actually, Adelia off to the side chimes in. We've got plenty of workers who, or soldiers who will fight for a good cause. That costs money.
Yes, that is true. I need more soldiers like you, Adelia. I need more knights like you. We will get to that as soon as I'm healthy.
What, more people sworn through a blood oath to you?
Well, no, nothing so silly, but good soldiers who fight for a good cause.
She's gonna narrow her eyes and say, "Are you calling my oath silly, Lord Karia?"
No, I'm not calling your oath silly, but I would rather not have to slice the neck of every man who serves me.
Hmm.
There's so much drama on board today, and
What?
Hmm.
Why not
Yeah.
just do what
You
the
know what?
Mordanis did when we first signed the contracts here? Just have them just like prick the finger or something.
Hmm.
No, the point is that I don't want blood oaths. I just want people who are willing to serve a good cause for the right reasons, much like Adelia.
You know what, Adelia? I think
mean-
you and I have to have a girls' night, and we're just gonna go off and pamper ourselves because these men are being very ungrateful.
I think it'd be very
I
sorely.
didn't say anything.
yeah, once again get cut. Like Columbus is like, I literally didn't say
It's like,
shit.
just Adelia is as the protestations rise up. Adelia is going to give them a side eye and goes, "I think you're going to be very sorely disappointed with my own femininity, if that's what you're hoping to have to happen."
Oh no, I'm not expecting anything grand. Just we're chilling.
Chillin'.
Indeed.
We're chilling like the
Chilling.
girls,
Very-
just some girls being girls. Chaika, you can join us as well, so you're not a man. You are included.
So you're not a man. I like that.
I
I
think
like
I'll
that you-
pass.
Interesting.
Not because she is also a woman, but so she just is not a man, as if she doesn't become a man as a wereman.
Hmm.
I've met Gorgolanian socialites nowhere near as bad as you love.
Anyways,
Once
I
again, being
I
bullied.
But yes, no. I will have to say
let
though,
us get on the way.
on a serious note, as you hear the loading bay close shut, the ship kind of judders a little bit, not kind of like throwing you off your feet or anything, but you feel it shake through the floorboards as the loading bay shuts. And there's a call down from the pier saying, "Everything's loaded." As Adelia goes, on a more serious note, if you wish to surround yourself with people of that mindset, you'll have to go to places where those people will be. The papacy is not
something.
Hmm?
My bad. I thought
if you.
I made.
Go ahead.
God damn it.
I keep cutting you off.
No, he did something stupid in simple
Yeah.
math. 500 more kobolds. God damn it.
Oh God, yes. That's why you wanted a picture of Orthos. I see. 500 kobolds.
500 more kobolds.
7,000 fucking kobolds. Eat
I'm
This
trying
is,
to-
this is not what the
I'm
duplication
trying.
spell is for. This is
Oh,
not
man.
what it's meant for.
And,
But yes,
anyways,
as
it is indeed.
as Adelaide, not Adelaide, Adelia, she kind of leans against the banister, folds her hands in front of her, and she says, "If you wish to surround yourself with underlings of such a nature, you will have to go to places where such people are. In Mordan, we found mercenaries, cutthroats. In Haven, you will find privateers, free spirits, and people who may not sign up for the correct reasons, or not the correct reasons that would line up with your philosophy.
Look, this is like curtsy.
The papacy may be a better place for this, maybe not. Maybe somewhere in our travels we'll find a grouping of people that will fit more to your ideology. Perhaps Holwick is more up your alley. Though,
What is Holik?
Hmm?
I'm sorry, what is Holik?
Oh, you've not heard of Holwick? Oh, well. It is a craggy little, not little, it's a craggy island nation off the coast of Nomaria. Isdris tells it that it is a remnant of a previous crusade over the water towards the east, where several monastic and chivalrous orders have a holdout where they train in isolation, firming their faith and their perspective of the world around them, sharpening their conviction. It is a place where several paladin orders keep their headquarters, as well as several monastic orders. It is also generally the papacy's one strongest foothold in the east. It is an interesting place. You will find many men and women there of conviction, but that conviction can vary, and the ideologies may clash. But it's not a bad place to look if we make the journey. But there are other places where we can find other such heroic individuals. Just because the papacy's religion espouses selflessness does not mean that we will be filled with heroes by the time we dock. We may very well find a few very chivalrous individuals in Vlodidovsky when we park there on our way to Firegrove. I cannot believe I've just said that sentence. But yes.
Trust me, neither can I.
But yes, if you wish to surround yourself with a certain people, build it and they will come. Seek them out. For now, though, we pad our ranks with these kobolds and with the mercenaries that will accompany us for the time being. If they are not to your liking, we can always replace them with more fitting people. Be aware, though, there will always be more people who want money than there are people willing to risk their lives for a good cause.
Of that, you are correct. Money will have its uses, but less time for talking and considering the nature of our men, and it's probably best that we set off.
Yes, we
Every
have
second
angry.
that we wait.
We have angry. We have angry zealots to flee from.
Yes, we do.
On that
Wait,
topic,
since-
As you hear
I
you hear the clatter of the anchor being raised.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
on that topic, I had a question. I am able to recruit a divine servant, I suppose you'd call it, to possibly do some reconnaissance or some spying on the ship that's tailing us. Maybe we want some more information. Maybe it will help us down the line to avoid them or defend ourselves. But I wanted to ask you all first if that was a good idea before I do anything.
Well, to be
They
able
know
to
where
see
we are.
it.
Yeah. Well, even if they were able to see it, I doubt that it would matter much. Even if they're going to find a way.
Maybe a distraction?
It may be, but
Perhaps.
we know how they are.
I never tried throwing them for a loop without one maneuver to get in here.
Yes.
What's one more, I
Perhaps at a later
suppose?
time.
It's actually Adelia that speaks up. What kind of servant is this? Oh no.
Well, Siren, what type
She
is it?
did.
What?
Oh,
Wait, what
What
time
type
is
of
it?
servant
No,
is it?
Adelia's,
what
Adelia's
type of
what
servant
type
is it?
of servant is it? Like, what is it?
I could read it from the spell.
A spell?
Yeah. Lesser planar ally. I can summon it to do a task. I don't know if they are. I don't know if the capability that they have varies. I could try seeing if I could get someone stealthy. Maybe someone that can fly. But if we're so far ahead of them that we can't even see the ship, perhaps we should wait for a later time.
Mm. I think I'm familiar with the spell you wish to cast. Do remember that these contracted servants do require a payment if you do this. Have one ready on hand if you intend to contract them.
Oh, I don't have any problem with paying
Then it should be, if there's no
whatever
problem.
it is.
But more information is never bad. If you feel
Perhaps
like
we
you
could
can
get some names.
some names, some faces, some ideas about what they can do. Anything is good.
As we are docked, although the anchor is rising, if we look back the way that ship came, the way that we took to get here, can we see the ship that's tailing us? Or I
That
guess we would have to use Mallory for that, because even last time we checked, we couldn't see it without his
that would be a
special.
perception check from somebody, especially if they climb up into the crow's nest.
Well, Mallory, you're already there.
All right.
Go forth, special eyes.
With special eyes.
Realize.
I have terrible eyesight. I don't know why. Rolling sub 10s whenever I do perception.
You still end up with a 27.
Yeah, because I beefed the hell out of it.
Yeah, you did. Squinting off into the distance, kind of adjusting the lens of perception, or the lens of detection, to essentially try and spot it in the distance. You do see the ships in question far away, hugging the coastline, still on the coast of Eridine. So technically still within their own home waters. They've slowed their pace and seem to be waiting.
I wonder why they'd be waiting.
They are at half sail and seem to be coasting in the rough direction of Belafini, but they're not going full sail.
Spot anything up there?
They're still off in the distance.
That doesn't make much sense. Why? They could have caught up with us by now. They're still far away.
Maybe they're setting up an
Oh,
ambush.
let's see.
I think it's because we're within Lavinian waters.
Oh, do they have a flag or distinct details on the ship that would identify them?
I would like to narrow my eyes and try and look.
Unless looks over the flick. Maybe our maneuver worked.
Can't be sure. Not sure if I want to risk it, considering we just got coal.
Maybe there could be a way that we could throw them off again.
We could try and use the island potentially as a distraction.
That's what I was thinking, or any other smaller natural little islands that are kind of poking up around this one.
We need
Or
some kind of
maybe-
diversion, someone to throw them for a loop.
Maybe we create an illusory clone of our ship and send it off in a different direction.
I don't think any of us are capable of doing that.
What?
Unless-
Chico? Is this
Unless you want me to entreat Lara and Oak to see if we can summon a Fata Morgana, I'm not sure about doing that.
Sorry, I'm doing some funnies in the background.
Well,
What?
sure, well,
I heard
at that
Tycho?
point,
Saren is asking
Well,
if you
that-
can create an illusory version of the ship.
Let's see, does
Actually,
Captain-
yeah, I could.
Oh, Pathfinder does have major image. What spell is that? What level?
Yeah, Checo can apparently create an illusory ship.
Wait, major image is
mean,
only
I have-
third
I
level
have-
spell.
Yeah, I have that.
Yeah, Chico has it.
See, I knew I could believe in you. I knew I could trust you, Jaiko. You're very capable.
If you could beseech Laranux, like why wouldn't you beseech a giant whale to swallow those ships?
I mean, that's true, but that's good. That's actually a very good question.
It's Laranux. I feel like you would like that more than an illusion.
That is true. At the same time, we're not trying to do this with bloodshed. I mean,
I
haven't
wouldn't
exactly attacked
mind
us
for
yet.
once. I'm very rarely prone to violence, but I am nearly certain that the monk whom we've stamped out twice is most likely on that ship.
When
And
you
if
say
it's
I'm
not
not prone
him-
to violence, Adelia gives you a quirked eyebrow.
I'm not prone to senseless violence.
The other eyebrow goes up.
I have oftentimes told many men to surrender before I'm forced to hurt them.
Daria, don't you remember what I made that cloak for in the first place, or shawl in the first place for?
Yes, I am very aware, but again, how many fights have I actually started?
The silence.
Well, anyway.
Exactly.
Vark must be next to Adelia. His brow rises.
I am not telling a lie.
Our king is a peaceful man, Vark.
Peaceful,
I am
indeed.
peaceful
in-
until I am unable to be
as-
peaceful.
Our
As in
peaceful
peacefully breaks everyone apart.
our peaceful cannibal king.
Okay, listen, the eating people thing was not well, I did so because I was not aware that apparently there's customs about not eating them. And I was starving.
If Vair was dead on the floor right now, would you eat Vair?
No,
And you
I
were
like
starving?
Vair.
Would you eat Vair if you were starving?
If Vair was dead,
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, you would?
if I was starving and my brother was dead with no means to resurrect him, I would eat him. Yes, as I would expect for him to eat me.
You wouldn't avoid doing so out of respect and love for him and instead take the time to mourn and bury him? Or
I
bury him?
would mourn him, and I would do the just thing to do when it comes to burying us. You consume him.
I mean, to be fair, you did eat that one dragon's heart as he
Yes!
as Flick kind of flashes the arm harness he has.
And it made you
Yes,
sick.
we've been over this. Yes.
Wait, 1
This
second.
is new to me.
Has Columbus heard that before? That he ate a dragon's heart?
No.
I don't believe so.
Again, this is not. No.
Columbus would know how important that is, right? As like a
as an
magical alchemical.
As an alchemical thing, as something that has like potential like spell component benefits, also the like rare metal content that can be inside the heart. Yeah.
I still have it. I didn't eat all of it. Do remember, I do still have what's left.
Which is
You've
most
just
of it.
been carrying the bloody thing around.
Yes.
So that's what that smell was.
You know
Bloody hell!
how Columbus looks like when he uses that spell that makes him briefly smarter, but also gives him an aneurysm.
Mhm.
Like he goes pale. He goes pale. A little trickle of blood comes from his nose. Yeah, no, that's what he looks like right now, staring at Gar.
Listen, I'm not going to say that I'm the most
Where have you-
well-adjusted to the
Where have you been
surface.
keeping that heart, by the way?
Remember that we got it sealed by someone. Actually, I know exactly where it is. Chico made a box for it. I
No, that was
asked
for the
Chico to make a
staff.
box.
That was
That
No,
was
that
for
was
the
the
that was for
staff.
the that was for
Wasn't
the
That was something different. I
Wasn't the rest of
specifically
the
went-
heart in the bag of holding?
Oh yeah, it was wrapped up and then placed in a. But I
Yeah.
just remember it was specifically in a compartment. It wasn't just sitting out rotting.
I do believe Chaco did make a box for it.
I remember Chaiko making a box for it.
Like there was the
I
insulated
don't.
chest she made for the necromantic staff. I might be I might be Mandeling myself.
I remember
Um,
that when we got it, I was like, I need a place to put this. And Chaiko said, I can make a box. And Chaiko made a box.
Because Chaiko makes things.
I
made a box.
don't recall this.
This was to be fair, this was like a year ago in real life.
Yeah.
Like from when we were last
been a bit.
there.
It's been a bit. That said, Delia's like, this is news to me. I was under the impression that you were involved in the combat against the dragon. I did not know that you consumed its heart. This is a revelation.
I thought I had made it very perfectly clear that killing was not my first option.
But eating people is, apparently.
Well, less so now that I understood that it wasn't good.
Good. We'll make a Mannerson king out of you at some point.
Yes, again.
Our next step is teaching you table manners.
Well, yes, I believe I've understood somewhat better in the time. But when I was sailing with dwarves,
salad with a spoon.
that you did not meet the sandwich, okay? We had a very important conversation. And she did not
the
complain once about my...
sandwich.
Yes, exactly, the sandwich.
Why are we talking about sandwiches?
I will now shameless plug the Great Worm Stew episode.
One of my greatest creations yet.
Yeah, the one of my favorite sessions overall. Yeah.
But yes, so why are we talking about
Ugh.
sandwiches?
Yes, I met a woman in the woods who is credited with making a great many things. Apparently, the inventor of this sandwich. But I digress. We are losing time. We are losing daylight, and more
Right, yeah,
importantly,
now I'm gonna get us
we're
underway.
yes, we are
Yes,
seemingly losing our minds.
Right, so are we
also,
working on the illusion, or shall I send someone over?
Okay, so why do you want an illusion?
So
To
we can
try and
distract them.
try and attempt to draw them away.
Try- what
My
we
only
could probably
issue
do
with
is
it is they know where we're going.
Yeah.
no, unless they
Whoa.
drive us around the other side of the island.
Yeah, because here's okay. So, I'll be honest. I was out of it for a hot minute. Making the funny. My program wasn't working that great. So, one thing that I would like to know real quick: where do we see the enemy? Do we still see them as of right now?
Mallory did.
He sees them. He's currently trying to ascertain if they have any
Okay.
sort of flag or anything on them. No, they're not flying any colors.
Okay. So next question then becomes: would they realistically be able to see us as of right now?
Potentially.
So we are okay. So we have, technically speaking, we are in line of sight. There's nothing obstructing us at all.
No.
Correct.
There's nothing obstructing you.
Okay. So what I suggest is we break line of sight, and as soon as we do, I don't know. I have to look into what illusion I have again. I think it's major illusion. I
Major League would
have
be one.
or
That's what I was saying is we drive around the other side of the island, we park it, then we deploy the illusion goes and does its thing, lures them away, then we turn around and
what?
in the opposite direction we then make our way towards the mainland.
Terrible.
Major. Well, yeah, because I'm thinking something similar. Instead of drawing it away, because I don't know technically how you can make. I don't know if any of you have seen the actual spell for those illusion spells. What they do and kind of their limits, yada yada, is really weird.
Mhm.
It's really, how do I want to say it?
As Chago is right now, she can make a total of 120 cubic feet of major illusion.
Yes. That is a very big space. But once again, it's kind of weird about how far it can move. Does it really?
Well, the image persists so long as you concentrate on it, but it can only move if it's within 400 plus 40 feet per level of you. So in this case, 40 times 8 would be
40 plus 8.
that
That's a
would be
long range.
320
Long range.
320. So that would be 720 feet of yourself.
Okay, because what I was okay, so that definitely kind of, because what my plan was create an illusion, make it saying spot, like maybe our ship broke down, smoking, who knows, right? We leave that there. They check that. We're gone by then.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's not a terrible
But-
idea if we do that
Mm.
behind the island where
Yeah.
they can't see us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to go for. But again, it seems like it had. How long is it duration? Concentration.
Also, if you
So-
didn't have enough square space to work with, you could, in theory, then just put some of it underwater and make it look like we sunk. Again, it'll probably only
True.
work for a second, but it wastes more of their time.
Yeah. So I guess I'll ask this.
Good.
I'll ask this to the DM. It has a range of 400, the 720 feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that says to me that's how far away I can place it, correct?
How far away you can place it, and how far away you can control its movement.
Okay. So. Because like I said, if that was. What if I don't want it to move? Can I place it, keep concentrating on it? No, that doesn't really make sense. Even in Pathfinder Ascent.
All it says is you can move the image within the limits of the size of the effect.
Yeah. See,
Oh wait,
so in
no.
theory, I should be able to just.
Mm,
In theory, I should be able to,
no.
wabbity woo.
That's what it is. It can move anywhere within that 120 square feet. Or cubic feet.
So if I don't want it to move, I should realistically be able to place it and forget it until
Yes.
concentration ends.
Yes.
All right. Well, I guess does that sound like a plan, gang? We skirt around the islands. I make an illusion that makes it look like our boat's crashed, stranded, whatever, broke down, and then we just skedaddle.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
I like the idea. It makes sense to me. Because the thing is, if we make a moving ship, they already know where we're going. So if we divert course out of nowhere, they might be a little more suspicious.
The only issue is what's it called? It does almost everything except for sound. But
I mean,
Sound,
if
smell,
they
doesn't.
saw our ship far enough away, they wouldn't be able to hear us anyways.
spell function except
No,
sound.
except that
Oh.
sound, smell, and thermal illusions are included in the spell effect. So it makes sense.
Okay, so yeah, no, it does make okay, never mind. Yeah, no. Okay, no. It makes it more believable then. So yeah, never mind. We're Gucci. I didn't read that all the way.
Well, that's good.
I read except I read except sound, smells, and visions. I didn't read the included part. So yeah. Alright, DM.
Okay.
Habari hugari.
As
Magic.
as we're about to get underway, and as Flick is manning the helm, and presumably while there, he'll turn to Kari again and say, speaking of since Haven was brought up, I do still have that one letter from whoever it was that's over in Haven. So, if you want to stop over and maybe get some extra hands, that'd be a good opportunity.
It could be, yes. How far, of course, is it from the papacy? Because again, we are getting worse by day.
It's Yeah, presumably you have access to a map.
Adelia,
We'll consult that real quick.
yeah, you would have access to a map. It's like Haven's off over here.
Yes.
So, Adelia would actually speak up. I would recommend perhaps we worry about that when we're on our way to Firegrove.
That is a good point. But from the look on the map, it looks like it's about the same, almost about the same distance as where we are right now to the Papacy. Well, actually, no, Modan.
It's a bit of a sail, and also it would bring us right over the Korak Sea, which would that's its own ordeal. For now, I say we make haste to Bellafini.
Roto.
Okay, so Jacob, what does this illusion look like?
Okay, so first and foremost, like we're bending around an island, right? We're breaking line of sight, right?
Yes.
What's the geography look like nearby?
Ludelia
Like-
Island is a relatively flat island that is majority urbanized, with bits with like copses of trees and a few hills. The island itself is not overly big. It takes you maybe like an hour to circumnavigate it.
Okay. And then I guess I'll ask this. Is there any spot where it looks like we could... The issue is this island's inhabited, right? Yeah, so...
Yes.
I
quite
was
heavily
going to... Okay, I was going to make a, like a mix of crashed ship, janky survival-esque, like, buildings and huts
Mhm.
on the island to show maybe we're on the island camping out. But it kind of falls apart if it's heavily, if it's heavily
Inhabited.
populated.
Mhm.
People are going to come by and see what the fuck is this, and they might mess it up or something.
Mhm.
Someone might come along and, well, someone put this here. I don't know. Be gone.
Someone pokes one of the tents.
So
Illusion immediately evaporates.
yeah. So it should okay. With that said, I think the illusion would be better to place out in the middle of the ocean, farther away.
Mhm.
And just have it to where the boat is still not moving. Would it be possible to make it look like it's smoking?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It'll look
So,
like smoke,
I wanted
it'll
to-
sound like smoke, and it'll smell like smoke.
Okay. So if that's the case, I guess I want it to look like maybe the engine had another explosion, and with that, the boat is charred, smoking, and kind of just standing still in the ocean
Okay.
with an anchor down. Ooh, and with an anchor down.
Okay.
Gotta explain why it's not moving.
Good touch. Okay. Noted. Okay. So,
Do we have any lifeboats on board? Like mini boats,
you do. Yes, you have.
to-
You have dinghies.
dinghies.
Yes. The
I want to
smaller, the
remove
smaller.
those.
Okay. So they
I wanna
lower
remove-
down. They're
I wanna
gone,
remove them.
or they. Yeah.
Yeah, gone.
Okay. Gone. Right
And
right
what
next to
else
inhabited
makes
island.
sense?
Not a bad thing. Not a bad touch. Okay.
And then we have sails, right?
Yes.
I want them charred and very mangled.
Okay.
Maybe like bits of cloth barely clung to it.
Okay.
You could make it seem like there's like a mushroom cloud that like comes up off of the ship as there's like another explosion for the illusion.
Well, that's gonna have to keep you on loop because remember I can't once this is set. It's I'm not touching it no more.
You control the
I
movement
think
while
just
you're still in
crackling
range.
fire. Yeah.
Yeah,
So you can,
well in range,
once
but
you're out of range, you can no longer program it.
So
Yeah,
to lock
and
in
I'm
the
assuming-
plan for sure, just to make sure.
and then
Oh, go on, Chuck. Go on.
I'm gonna say that's why if I'm assuming by the time they're in within 720 feet, if they see that ship in ours, they can put 2 and 2 together and go, wait a minute.
Which is precisely what I was going to say. I'm assuming what we're going to do is after we go around, we make the illusion, we head off. We're probably going full steam ahead, full sail, and also just full fast as we can push the engine to get as far away as possible so that they
Yeah.
cannot catch us. At the very least, it will
Yes.
distract them. They will very quickly figure out that it is an illusion once they get there, but that gets us distance, which again is what we need. They know where we're going.
We're also
And
blessed.
and then
We're
Siren
also blessed.
would Siren be able to summon her was
Planar
it a
ally.
yeah, a planar
planar
ally?
Yes, I think I would just if we want to do that, I would just have her tell him, hey, or whatever ally appears, hey, go to Mallory. Mallory will point you in the direction of the ship, because we know we're being tailed. We think we know by who, and Mallory has seen the ship, but whoever Siren summons, needs to be aware of this because they're not going to have any idea. So we can do that. Yeah.
Okay. Also, while this is happening, I will be right back.
Gotcha.
And then question for you, one last one. Would it be possible to place fake crew on? Maybe like 5 at max. Have them just kind of shuffle around on deck, go under deck, back and forth.
It would be repetitive and samey, but yes, you could. On a close
Good enough.
inspection, it would be immediately more obvious, but yes, you may absolutely do that.
Yeah.
To paint the illusion from a distance.
Yep, and that's what I'm going for.
Okay.
Yep, just doesn't have nothing. What's the word? What I'm trying to say is, I want the duration of them being on deck invisible to be short, and them being under deck long. So it takes longer for them to realize, okay, person's going under deck.
Okay.
They're gone for a long while. It helps
sell
the longer the pattern. Yeah, the longer the pattern, the longer it takes to identify it.
Gotcha. Okay. Anything further?
Yes. In addition to that, I would like Siren, after we do the illusion, after she talks to the planar ally, I would like for her to do another sweep with Purge Invisibility, but this time she's going to ask Kari to come with her.
Kari is not letting her go alone, so...
Yeah, just in case there's another person, or if there's a scrying eye, or if there's a tracker, I don't know, a medieval tracker.
Medieval tracker.
A magical medieval tracker. I don't know what that would be. A button, a rock, a piece of twine.
I will
rod.
I will help Liquid navigation again.
Okay.
I've returned just in time.
All right.
And I think that's all for me. I think I've over necessarily made this illusion that'll surely not have any actual effect.
Surely. Okay. What are you summoning, Siren? Out of curiosity, you can summon with Lesser Planar Ally. You can summon up to a creature with 6 HD. It must be within 1 step of your alignment, as I understand. Serve a particular deity. This fellows request your deity to send you an outsider sharing your philosophical alignment. So, Siren's alignment actually has to match your alignment.
Yeah, she's chaotic good.
She's chaotic good. So, 1 second.
Oh, sorry, no, neutral good. The fuck? When did I make her neutral good?
As far as I'm aware, from the very beginning.
Nah, chaotic good.
In that case, your options. I believe it if it says here.
Is there like an aquatic one?
Good question. What's his name? So for chaotic good, we have the half celestial unicorn. Yeah, that's about it actually. I'll say within one step of your alignment. So neutral and good aligned creatures, or say chaotic and good aligned creatures. But say chaotic neutral, neutral good, and chaotic good. Still not a hell of a lot of options. That and one's philosophical. One you're sharing. Let me just.
What if I spellcraft it? Could I make it like a mermaid unicorn?
That's you're
It's
you're not
nightmares.
you're not crafting this creature. You are summoning it.
What? Hey,
Yeah,
you never
but
know
I'm-
what
I'm
nature
like,
has in
you know,
store.
Yeah, I'm like, when you go to Subway, I'm like, I want this bread and this cheese and this sauce. Hold it on the peppers.
No.
Listen,
An extra
I
planar
can't do that.
creature. An extra planar creature is not a hoagie.
But like,
You want
Okay, but is it a
what if I
is it a
said so?
mule?
Right?
you want some more divinity with that guardian?
Are you the
Yeah.
cleric or are you the god?
No, I'm the cleric, but I'm her favorite.
Interesting.
I'm Meluna's favorite Siren.
Uh-huh. This is really nice
Or-
girl back
okay,
in
not-
Strasbourg. That is really, really nice. I think I might start paying more attention to her.
If I can't have something aquatic,
one of the
then
there actually
something.
points at Mallory.
If I can't have something aquatic, what about something
Huh.
that can fly?
Wait, chaotic, yeah? Like, it can be within the step of the alignment, so what is that? Chaotic neutral or neutral good?
Yes.
Mm.
It's according to the boxes, right? One step.
Yes. Within one
to-
step.
Right. So one step to the side, up or down.
Yes. So
wait,
since,
no.
Since you're chaotic good, there's a neutral good, chaotic good, and chaotic neutral.
Yes. Wait, where is this list that you're seeing?
That's just the alignment chart.
Oh, no. I mean the
Oh, list of outsiders.
yeah.
That's in the
You could
spell.
summon-
If you go to PFSRD, there's a list there. I'm looking at the expanded list of outsiders myself to see if there's maybe something that fits a little bit better.
Yeah, I found Azadas, Brelani, Brigidine.
The problem with summoning Azatas of all things is there is a hit die limit.
Yeah, it has to be 6
That's
hit
right.
die.
6 hit die or less. Speed. Okay, yeah, I found something.
Mhm.
As
So she
you
kneels,
beseech
makes a
Meluna for a friend
yes, I pray.
or a helper.
Dear God, send me someone good. A friend, maybe an angel. Like
Don't
from
do
Lilo and
that.
Stitch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't do that.
And then we get off in the distance.
What you get is a bolt from the blue hitting the deck right in front of you. Crack, thum. Hits the boards right in front of your feet.
Oh
Whoa.
god, we got Sonic.
Please, no.
Standing in front of you. Let me just ascertain this real quick.
Did you just hear Escape from the City start playing?
Wish. Suspended in the air in front of you, sort of lazily, almost reclining on the air, is a distinctly elven-looking man. His arms are long and spindly. His hair is a wild mane of silver that puffs out in all directions behind him, like a lion's mane whipped up in a storm. His body crackles with electricity. An arrow made of some sort of crystalline substance dangles lazily from one hand, while his bow, easily a war bow of incredible poundage, of somewhere 2/3 his own body length. It's hard to guess exactly how tall he might be, but he is matching Karya, though he himself is skinnier. He's lanky. He seems to lounge upon a whirlwind that surrounds him. His whole body courses and crackles with electricity. Sharp pointed ears and two blank looking eyes that look to contain mist, like a misty whirlwind, as opposed to sclera and pupils. He hangs there in the air. He seems to look you over. You wish to barter with me?
Yes, my lord.
None of that.
What?
Where I come from, there are no ranks and there are no stations. Every individual is a person unto themselves. There is no lordship. No. You wish my services. If you wish my services, you will pay me duly, and I will carry them out to their full effect. Do you have payment ready?
I have, and I will go through here. Because the spell, it says that the payment is whatever is requested by the planar ally.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But that is in alignment with your god. So, and I did create this god, and I did write down a bunch of offerings and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, she offers. Half of her remaining tea stash, as well as 1,000 gold pieces. Is this sufficient?
The arrow and the bow remain suspended in the air as the lanky figure plucks the tea and the gold from your hands, weighing them as if each hand was one side to a scale. And then the tea hand drops a little lower. Gold is too heavy where I am. I do not need so much. He pockets the tea, reaches into the coin purse, scoops out some of it, places it in his own pocket, and returns the bag to you. You have 500 gold still in the bag.
Okay.
This will suffice. What is your task?
My task for you is, well, we are on this ship, my friends and I. We are being tailed by people who wish to harm us. We believe that they are from Eridine, as far as we know, with our evidence and reasoning. And my friend Mallory here, and she gestures to Mallory, has located this ship with his excellent perception. If you would go to him so that he may direct you in the direction of the ship, I want you to stealthily go over there and spy, eavesdrop, whatever it is that you need to obtain information about who they are, names, and the means that they are using to tail us, whether that be practical or magical.
Hmm. Reconnaissance, then. A task I'm well suited for. As you will then rocket up to the crow's nest in just a second. The bow and the arrow following after him as he comes up next to Mallory. My summoner says that you know where your enemy is. Point me to them.
Point.
He gazes off into the distance, squints, and looks back at you and says, "You spotted them."
Yes.
You have good eyes for a mortal.
Thank you.
He will grab the arrow and the bow out of the air, and then begin racing, shooting off through the air like an arrow himself, trailing electricity
He
and
fires
fog as he
himself.
goes. Halfway there, you will see, halfway as he's through the air, he will turn into a cloud.
Whoa! That's so cool!
Also, I posted a picture of what he looks like in the Simple Path channel.
These things.
Where's his horse have?
Oh.
Where's the rest of the horse?
It's not Chiron.
He's a horseless man.
So,
Fuck, was it? I forget the whole line, but my day is ruined.
disappointment is immeasurable.
That's it.
So, the plan enacts. You begin making your way around the island. Not much time to lose. The illusion is placed down. Not long after, the summon comes back, alighting on the deck of the ship, still floating halfway off of it, never really setting foot down on the ship, as it speaks to Siren, or he speaks to Siren. I do not know whether these individuals are truly Aerodyne. Not that I am myself terribly concerned with such things. But what I saw were two small ships packed to the brim with men and women armed to the teeth and ready for a fight. Not to mention more than a few faithful drawing on their own powers of the divine. And some curious individuals that I could not pinpoint. Not long after I started inspecting them, one ship has diverted. I believe they're over here to come inspect your diversion.
You said some of them are faithful. Were you able to ascertain of which faith?
That is not of my specialty. I can see if somebody has a connection to the divine, but I cannot see much beyond that. It's simply an artifact of my nature.
Did you obtain any names? Or perhaps a group name?
There was talk of the Inquisition. I heard such things. I could not get too close, but even in cloud form I could hear them speaking. Many spoke in hushed tones. Likely they assumed that some form of compromise had happened, or perhaps that if they spoke too loudly the gods might hear. But names, no. Epithets, I heard. Clearly. Singular words, titles. I heard chaplains and fathers and priests and sisters. Mother Superior at one point. But never names. They operate in secrecy. They do not trade their names.
And you said you were not sure if they were Erodinian.
I saw no markers of such, nor am I overly concerned with such things. I will not pretend to know what an Erodinian might look like. But the thing I most certainly heard the most mention of was the Inquisition, and also of Tainted.
I see. When there was mention of the Inquisition, did some of these members look like, and she gestures to the two, not, what is the class? Not Inquisitors. Wait, yes, Inquisitors, right?
Mhm.
That we have with us. Did they look similar to these?
You point off to the loose group of the men of the cloth that you
Yeah.
that boarded your ship before you fled. He eyes them and he says, "Similar, yes, but not the same.
All right.
They do not bear the same markings or decorations that they do. They were dressed for war, not for sermons."
Mm.
Yes. Do you require anything further of me, Summoner?
If I did, would that require another payment?
It would.
She thinks for a moment. She looks back to the party. Well, do we need anything else?
I believe we got everything we needed. We, of course, ascertained they are most likely Aerodyne, and one of them has diverted course, which means, at the very least, they are probably communicating via the sending spell. So,
And
Probably,
they will
yes.
be here to investigate ere long.
indeed.
Yes. They're probably
prob-
Everdine, as far as we know.
That's
Even
one
if
thing that's
they're
on the way,
not.
but
Even if they're not, they're armed to the teeth and clearly looking to kill, and I would rather not be the ones they attempt to do so.
Yes. And when he says Inquisition, this talk of Inquisition, is that the Aerodine? Are they? Is it like the
Could be-
Spanish Inquisition, where like Aerodine is the Spaniards? Is
It's
that
the Aerodine Inquisition, yes. I think that's
Yeah,
what.
Yeah,
so
we have dealt with them before, and we've been told we've been sold out to them before.
yeah, so it's probably them.
Then if my duty has been fulfilled, I shall return home.
Very well. Mother be with you, bestie.
It gives you a askance look.
Well, you told me not to call you Lord, so you're my bestie.
His
I hate that.
eyelids droop ever so slightly as he kind of lists to the side, going from lounging on the air to kind of almost hanging at a diagonal, like a diagonal what do you call it, cant. Looking at you almost upside down as if to get your measure, and then completing the revolution to once more levitate right ways up. Strange child. I'm Squall. If you must refer to me as something, refer to me as such.
Very well. Thank you, Squall.
He will nod, and then take the arrow in hand, string it on his bow, and then fire it into the sky, and he will disappear on a lightning bolt.
Ta-ta!
what a handsome chap.
Oh yes, we go way back. No, we don't.
We do not. No.
Oh, either way.
Yes. So, one of the ships is going to be inbound soon.
I hope these These buggers don't somehow manage to find their own way to speed up. Let's hit it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Kick on the
And we want to
engine,
do the other.
freshly filled with coal. The engine kicks on, and you start burning the coal full ahead, navigating around the island. It is in 20 minutes later when you hear angry shouting, a bell clanging, and then around the other side of the isle, you see the Inquisition ship come racing as fast as it can, sails fully down around the isle, navigating around the sharp rocks, attempting to catch up with you once more, but you've got a very strong lead on it. Now that you're fully around the island, though, and you've made some distance from it, and you go to scout for the last ship, as there's one more, Mallory will see it is already docked in Bellafini.
Duh.
Uh-oh.
It's not
well,
long.
good. We'll just nuke it from port.
Oh, yeah, sure. Fire into an occupied port.
What?
As you will close the distance rapidly, it takes you somewhere around an hour to finally cross the distance and make port in Bellafini, where the Aerodyne ship is recognizably parked, now flying new colors you do not recognize, and seemingly completely empty. Its top deck completely unoccupied. And that is where we're going to end session.
Oh, good.
I don't like that.
Thank you guys very much for playing, especially for staying overtime. It's happened yet again. Then again, we're ending at exactly 4 hours. It's just freaking late start.
Yeah.
In the future, I'm going to try and take more breaks, actually. We need to get better about doing that. But all the same, thank you very much for playing. Thank you for those who hung around, those who stayed, those who didn't. I will see you guys next time. We're going to probably not do a double feature this week because that shouldn't become a habit. Instead, I will see you guys probably next Saturday. And for my players, I'll catch you around whenever I see you. For now, though,
Indeed.
I got work in the morning,
Alright.
so I am going to go get some sleep.
Please do.
Sounds good. Go rest, buddy.
I love you guys very
Rest
much.
well.
Always lovely to have you. Always great to run for you. I'll go ahead and shuffle us on out. Also, Grim, thank you very much for being here and for keeping us company. No, I know he's stuck in ad hell at the moment. He can't hear us. Give it a minute. One more minute of your time, just so I can say goodbye properly. Because it would be rude otherwise. 40 seconds. Yes. What do you think of the session? Not that it was
Good. It was fun.
too terribly
was
much
good.
that
Yeah, that was
actually
fun.
happened beyond the I like the tactical coordination and the fun little bits that each of the parties managed to bring to the ship faring more than I would have otherwise expected. Vark playing Sapper, Flick absolutely filling the boots of Captain very well. Mallory is the spotter, Kanabos as mediator and security, Siren as
The other engine.
the other engine, Karya as
Yes.
the marshal, and Chaiko as head engineer, I guess, along with Kit.
Speed.
Speed.
What's
Yes.
it called? Something. I could have been the engine too. I could
could've.
become an elemental.
You could.
It could have been me.
Nice.
Not him.
8 minutes of
Ugh.
burning. Yes. Anyway, since the ad has finished, thank you guys very much for being here. Grim, thank you very much for keeping us company and always being a treat to have around. And a constant font of terrible ideas. Many of which do not make it out of my mouth or into the ears of my players. Probably for the better. But yes, thank you very much. If those who hung around, those who stayed, those who didn't, I love you all very much. I'm going to go get some sleep. You guys take care. I'm going to shuffle on out.
Take care.
Take care.
Yeah.
And good night.
Good
Well,
night. I have to get ready for stream. Oh my god, my phone.
Yeah.